Chapter 45 of Supplements to the Fourth Book, from The World as Will and Idea, Volume 3, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. Chapter 45, on the Assertion of the Will to Live. If the will to live exhibited itself merely as an impulse to self‐preservation, this would only be an assertion of the individual phenomenon for the span of time of its natural duration. The cares and troubles of such a life would not be great, and consequently existence would be easy and serene. Since, on the contrary, the will wills life absolutely and for all time, it exhibits itself also as sexual impulse, which has in view an endless series of generations. This impulse does away with that carelessness, serenity, and innocence which would accompany a merely individual existence, for it brings unrest and melancholy into the consciousness, misfortunes, cares, and misery into the course of life. If, on the other hand, it is voluntarily suppressed, as we see in rare exceptions, then this is the turning of the will, which changes its course. The will does not then transcend the individual, but is abolished in it. Yet this can only take place by means of the individual doing painful violence to itself. If, however, it does take place, then the freedom from care and the serenity of the purely individual existence is restored to the consciousness, and indeed in a higher degree. On the other hand, to the satisfaction of that most vehement of all impulses and desires is linked the origin of a new existence, thus the carrying out of life anew, with all its burdens, cares, wants, and pains, certainly in another individual, yet if the two who are different in the phenomenon were so absolutely and in themselves, where would then be eternal justice? Life presents itself as a problem, a task to be worked out, and therefore, as a rule, as a constant conflict with necessity. Accordingly, every one tries to get through with it and come off as well as he can. He performs life as a compulsory service which he owes. But who has contracted the debt? His begetter, in the enjoyment of sensual pleasure. Thus, because the one has enjoyed this, the other must live, suffer, and die. However, we know and look back here to the fact that the difference of the similar is conditioned by space and time, which in this sense I have called the principium individuationis. Otherwise eternal justice could not be vindicated. Paternal love, on account of which the father is ready to do, to suffer, and to risk more for his child than for himself, and at the same time knows that he owes this, depends simply upon the fact that the begetter recognises himself in the begotten. The life of a man, with its endless care, want, and suffering, is to be regarded as the explanation and paraphrase of the act of procreation, that is, the decided assertion of the will to live. And further, it is also due to this that he owes to nature the debt of death, and thinks with anxiety of this debt. Is this not evidence of the fact that our existence involves guilt? At any rate, we always exist, subject to the periodical payment of the toll, birth, and death, and successively partake of all the sorrows and joys of life, so that none can escape us. This is just the fruit of the assertion of the will to live. Thus, the fear of death, which in spite of all the miseries of life holds us firmly to it, is really illusory. But just as illusory is the impulse which has enticed us into it. This enticement itself may be seen objectively in the reciprocal longing glances of two lovers. They are the purest expression of the will to live in its assertion. How soft and tender it is here! It wills well‐being and quiet pleasure and mild joys for itself, for others, for all. It is the theme of Anacreon. Thus by allurements and flattery it makes its way into life. But when once it is there, misery introduces crime, and crime misery. Horror and desolation fill the scene. It is the theme of Æschylus. But now the act through which the will asserts itself and man arises is one of which all are in their inmost being ashamed, which they therefore carefully conceal; nay, if they are caught in it, are terrified as if they had been taken in a crime. It is an action of which in cold reflection one generally thinks with dislike, and in a lofty mood with loathing. Reflections which in this regard approach the matter more closely are offered by Montaigne in the 5th chapter of the 3rd book, under the marginal heading "Ce que c'est que l'amour." A peculiar sadness and repentance follows close upon it, is yet most perceptible after the first performance of the act, and in general is the more distinct, the nobler is the character. Hence even Pliny the pagan says, "Homini tantum primi coitus penitentia augurium scilicet vitae penitenda origine." And on the other hand, in Goethe's Faust, what do devil and witches practise and sing of on their Sabbath? Lewdness and obscenity. And in the same work, in the admirable Paralipomena to Faust, what does incarnate Satan preach before the assembled multitude? Lewdness and obscenity. But simply and solely by means of the continual practice of such an act as this does the human race subsist. If now optimism were right, if our existence were to be thankfully recognised as the gift of the highest goodness guided by wisdom, and accordingly in itself praiseworthy, commendable, and agreeable, then certainly the act which perpetuates it would necessarily have borne quite another physiognomy. If, on the other hand, this existence is a kind of false step or error, if it is the work of an originally blind will, whose most fortunate development is that it comes to itself in order to abolish itself, then the act which perpetuates that existence must appear precisely as it does appear. With reference to the first fundamental truth of my doctrine, the remark deserves a place here that the shame mentioned above, which attaches to the act of generation, extends even to the parts which are concerned in this, although, like all other parts, they are given us by nature. This is again a striking proof that not only the actions, but even the body of man is to be regarded as the manifestation, the objectification of his will, and as its work. For he could not be ashamed of a thing which existed without his will. The act of generation is further related to the world, as the answer is related to the riddle. The world is wide in space and old in time, and of an inexhaustible multiplicity of forms. Yet all this is only the manifestation of the will to live, and the concentration, the focus of this will is the act of generation. Thus in this act the inner nature of the world expresses itself most distinctly. In this regard it is indeed worth noticing that this act itself is also distinctly called the will in the very significant German phrase verlangte von ihr, sie sollte ihm zu Willen sein. He desired her to comply with his wishes. As the most distinct expression of the will, then, this act is the kernel, the compendium, the quintessence of the world; therefore from it we obtain light as to the nature and tendency of the world; it is the answer to the riddle. Accordingly it is understood under the tree of knowledge. For after acquaintance with it the eyes of every one are opened as to life, as Byron also says, "The tree of knowledge has been plucked, all's known." Don Juan, I. 128. It is not less in keeping with this quality that it is the great αρρητον, the open secret, which must never and nowhere be distinctly mentioned, but always and everywhere is understood as the principal matter, and is therefore constantly present to the thoughts of all; wherefore also the slightest allusion to it is instantly understood. The leading part which that act, and which is connected with it, plays in the world, because love intrigues are everywhere, on the one hand pursued, and on the other hand assumed, is quite in keeping with the importance of this punctum saliens of the egg of the world. The source of the amusing is simply the constant concealment of the chief concern. But see now how the young, innocent, human intellect, when that great secret of the world first becomes known to it, is startled at the enormity. The reason of this is that in the long course which the originally unconscious will had to traverse before it rose to intellect, especially to human rational intellect, it became so strange to itself that it no longer knows its origin, that penitenda origo, and now, from the standpoint of pure and therefore innocent knowing, is horrified at it. Since now the focus of the will, that is, its concentration and highest expression, is the sexual impulse and its satisfaction, this is very significantly and naively expressed in the symbolical language of nature, through the fact that the individualised will, that is, the man and the brute, makes its entrance into the world through the door of the sexual organs. The assertion of the will to live, which accordingly has its centre in the act of generation, is in the case of the brute infallible. For the will, which is the natura naturans, first arrives at reflection in man. To arrive at reflection means, not merely to know the momentary necessity of the individual will, how to serve it in the pressing present, as is the case with the brute, in proportion to its completeness and its necessities, which go hand in hand, but to have attained a greater breadth of knowledge by virtue of a distinct remembrance of the past, an approximate anticipation of the future, and thereby a general survey of the individual life, both one's own life and that of others, nay, of existence in general. Really, the life of every species of brute, through the thousands of years of its existence, is to a certain extent like a single moment, for it is mere consciousness of the present without that of the past and the future, and consequently without that of death. In this sense it is to be regarded as a permanent moment, a nunc stans. Here we see, in passing, most distinctly that in general the form of life, or the manifestation of the will with consciousness, is primarily and immediately merely the present. Past and future are added only in the case of man, and indeed merely in conception, are known in abstracto, and perhaps illustrated by pictures of the imagination. Thus after the will to live, that is, the inner being of nature, in the ceaseless striving towards complete objectification and complete enjoyment, has run through the whole series of the brutes, which often occurs in the various periods of successive animal series, each arising anew on the same planet. It arrives at last at reflection in the being who is endowed with reason, man. Here now to him the thing begins to be doubtful; the question forces itself upon him whence and wherefore all this is, and chiefly whether the care and misery of his life and effort is really repaid by the gain. Le jeu vaut-il bien la chandelle? Accordingly here is the point at which, in the light of distinct knowledge, he decides for the assertion or denial of the will to live, although, as a rule, he can only bring the latter to consciousness in a mythical form. We have consequently no ground for assuming that a still more highly developed objectification of the will is ever reached anywhere, for it has already reached its turning point here. End of chapter 45. Chapter 46, Part 1, of Supplements to the Fourth Book, from The World as Will and Idea, Volume 3, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Chapter 46, on the vanity and suffering of life. Part 1. Awakened to life out of the night of unconsciousness, the will finds itself an individual, in an endless and boundless world, among innumerable individuals, all striving, suffering, erring; and as if through a troubled dream it hurries back to its old unconsciousness. Yet till then its desires are limitless, its claims inexhaustible, and every satisfied desire gives rise to a new one. No possible satisfaction in the world could suffice to still its longings, set a goal to its infinite cravings, and fill the bottomless abyss of its heart. Then let one consider what as a rule are the satisfactions of any kind that a man obtains. For the most part, nothing more than the bare maintenance of this existence itself, extorted day by day with unceasing trouble and constant care in the conflict with want, and with death in prospect. Everything in life shows that earthly happiness is destined to be frustrated or recognised as an illusion. The grounds of this lie deep in the nature of things. Accordingly the life of most men is troubled and short. Those who are comparatively happy are so for the most part only apparently, or else, like men of long life, they are the rare exceptions, a possibility of which there had to be, as decoy‐birds. Life presents itself as a continual deception in small things as in great. If it has promised, it does not keep its word, unless to show how little worth desiring were the things desired. Thus we are deluded now by hope, now by what was hoped for. If it has given, it did so in order to take. The enchantment of distance shows us paradises which vanish like optical illusions when we have allowed ourselves to be mocked by them. Happiness accordingly always lies in the future, or else in the past, and the present may be compared to a small dark cloud which the wind drives over the sunny plain. Before and behind it all is bright, only it itself always casts a shadow. The present is therefore always insufficient, but the future is uncertain, and the past irrevocable. Life, with its hourly, daily, weekly, yearly, little, greater, and great misfortunes, with its deluded hopes and its accidents destroying all our calculations, bears so distinctly the impression of something with which we must become disgusted, that it is hard to conceive how one has been able to mistake this and allow oneself to be persuaded that life is there in order to be thankfully enjoyed, and that man exists in order to be happy. Rather, that continual illusion and disillusion, and also the nature of life throughout, presents itself to us as intended and calculated to awaken the conviction that nothing at all is worth our striving, our efforts and struggles, that all good things are vanity, the world and all its ends bankrupt, and life a business which does not cover its expenses, so that our will may turn away from it. The way in which this vanity of all objects of the will makes itself known and comprehensible to the intellect, which is rooted in the individual, is primarily time. It is the form by means of which that vanity of things appears as their perishableness. For on account of this all our pleasures and joys disappear in our hands, and we afterwards ask astonished where they have remained. That nothingness itself is therefore the only objective element in time, i.e., that which corresponds to it in the inner nature of things, thus that of which it is the expression. Just on this account time is the a priori necessary form of all our perceptions. In it everything must present itself, even we ourselves. Accordingly, first of all, our life is like a payment which one receives in nothing but copper pence, and yet must then give a discharge for. The copper pence are the days; the discharge is death. For at last time makes known the judgment of nature concerning the work of all the beings which appear in it, in that it destroys them. "And rightly so, for all that arises is worthy only of being destroyed; hence were it better that nothing arose." Thus old age and death, to which every life necessarily hurries on, are the sentence of condemnation on the will to live, coming from the hands of nature itself, and which declares that this will is an effort which frustrates itself. "What thou hast wished," it says, "ends thus: desire something better." Hence the instruction which his life affords to every one consists as a whole in this, that the objects of his desires continually delude, waver, and fall, and accordingly bring more misery than joy, till at last the whole foundation upon which they all stand gives way, and that his life itself is destroyed, and so he receives the last proof that all his striving and wishing was a perversity, a false path. "Then old age and experience hand in hand lead him to death, and make him understand, after a search so painful and so long, that all his life he has been in the wrong." We shall, however, enter into the details of the matter, for it is in these views that I have met with most contradiction. First of all, I have to confirm by the following remarks the proof given in the text of the negative nature of all satisfaction, thus of all pleasure and all happiness, in opposition to the positive nature of pain. We feel pain, but not painlessness; we feel care, but not the absence of care; fear, but not security. We feel the wish as we feel hunger and thirst, but as soon as it has been fulfilled, it is like the mouthful that has been taken, which ceases to exist for our feeling the moment it is swallowed. Pleasures and joys we miss painfully whenever they are wanting; but pains, even when they cease after having long been present, are not directly missed, but at the most are intentionally thought of by means of reflection. For only pain and want can be felt positively, and therefore announce themselves; well‐being, on the other hand, is merely negative. Therefore we do not become conscious of the three greatest blessings of life, health, youth, and freedom, so long as we possess them, but only after we have lost them, for they also are negations. We only observe that days of our life were happy after they have given place to unhappy ones. In proportion as pleasures increase, the susceptibility for them decreases. What is customary is no longer felt as a pleasure. Just in this way, however, is the susceptibility for suffering increased, for the loss of what we are accustomed to is painfully felt. Thus the measure of what is necessary increases through possession, and thereby the capacity for feeling pain. The hours pass the quicker, the more agreeably they are spent, and the slower, the more painfully they are spent, because pain, not pleasure, is the positive, the presence of which makes itself felt. In the same way, we become conscious of time when we are bored, not when we are diverted. Both these cases prove that our existence is most happy when we perceive it least, from which it follows that it would be better not to have it. Great and lively joy can only be conceived as the consequence of great misery, which has preceded it, for nothing can be added to a state of permanent satisfaction but some amusement, or the satisfaction of vanity. Hence all poets are obliged to bring their heroes into anxious and painful situations, so that they may be able to free them from them. Dramas and epics, accordingly, always describe only fighting, suffering, tormented men; and every romance is a raree‐show in which we observe the spasms and convulsions of the agonised human heart. Walter Scott has naively expressed this æsthetic necessity in the conclusion to his novel Old Mortality. Voltaire, who was so highly favoured both by nature and fortune, says in entire agreement with the truth proved by me, "Le bonheur n'est qu'un rêve, et la douleur est réelle." And he adds, "Il y a 80 ans que je le prouve, je ne sais autre chose que me résigner et me dire que les mouches sont nées pour être mangées par les araignées et les hommes pour être dévorés par les chagrins." Before so confidently affirming that life is a blessing worth desiring or giving thanks for, let one compare calmly the sum of the possible pleasures which a man can enjoy in his life with the sum of the possible sorrows which may come to him in his life. I believe the balance will not be hard to strike. At bottom, however, it is quite superfluous to dispute whether there is more good or evil in the world, for the mere existence of evil decides the matter. For the evil can never be annulled, and consequently can never be balanced by the good, which may exist along with it or after it. Mille piaceri non valiono un tormento. Petrarch. That is, 1,000 pleasures are not worth one torment. For that 1,000 had lived in happiness and pleasure would never do away with the anguish and death‐agony of a single one; and just as little does my present well‐being undo my past suffering. If, therefore, the evils in the world were 100 times less than is the case, yet their mere existence would be sufficient to establish a truth which may be expressed in different ways, though always somewhat indirectly, the truth that we have not to rejoice, but rather to mourn at the existence of the world, that its non‐existence would be preferable to its existence, that it is something which at bottom ought not to be, &c., &c. Very beautiful is Byron's expression of this truth. "Our life is a false nature, 'tis not in the harmony of things this hard decree, this uneradicable taint of sin, this boundless upas, this all‐blasting tree, whose root is earth, whose leaves and branches be the skies, which rain their plagues on men like dew, disease, death, bondage, all the woes we see, and worse, the woes we see not, which throb through the immedicable soul with heart‐aches ever new." If the world and life were an end in themselves, and accordingly required theoretically no justification and practically no indemnification or compensation, but existed, for instance, as Spinoza and the Spinozists of the present day represent it, as the single manifestation of a God, who, anima causa, or else in order to mirror himself, undertook such an evolution of himself, and hence its existence neither required to be justified by reasons nor redeemed by results, then the sufferings and miseries of life would not indeed have to be fully equalled by the pleasures and well‐being in it. For this, as has been said, is impossible, because my present pain is never abolished by future joys, for the latter fill their time as the former fills its time. But there would have to be absolutely no suffering, and death also would either have not to be, or else to have no terrors for us. Only thus would life pay for itself. But since now our state is rather something which had better not be, everything about us bears the trace of this, just as in hell everything smells of sulphur. For everything is always imperfect and illusory, everything agreeable is displaced by something disagreeable, every enjoyment is only a half one, every pleasure introduces its own disturbance, every relief new difficulties, every aid of our daily and hourly need leaves us each moment in the lurch and denies its service. The step upon which we place our foot so often gives way under us, nay, misfortunes great and small are the element of our life. And, in a word, we are like Phineus, whose food was all tainted and made uneatable by the Harpies. Two remedies for this are tried. First, eulabea, that is, prudence, foresight, cunning. It does not fully instruct us, is insufficient, and leads to defeat. Secondly, the stoical equanimity, which seeks to arm us against all misfortunes by preparedness for everything and contempt of all. Practically it becomes cynical renunciation, which prefers once for all to reject all means of relief and all alleviations. It reduces us to the position of dogs, like Diogenes in his tub. The truth is, we ought to be wretched, and we are so. The chief source of the serious evils which affect men is man himself. Homo homini lupus. Whoever keeps this last fact clearly in view beholds the world as a hell, which surpasses that of Dante in this respect, that one man must be the devil of another. For this one is certainly more fitted than another, an arch‐fiend indeed, more fitted than all others, appearing in the form of a conqueror, who places several 100,000 men opposite each other and says to them, "To suffer and die is your destiny, now shoot each other with guns and cannons," and they do so. In general, however, the conduct of men towards each other is characterised as a rule by injustice, extreme unfairness, hardness, nay, cruelty. An opposite course of conduct appears only as an exception. Upon this depends the necessity of the state and legislation, and upon none of your false pretences. But in all cases which do not lie within the reach of the law, that regardlessness of his like, peculiar to man, shows itself at once; a regardlessness which springs from his boundless egoism, and sometimes also from wickedness. How man deals with man is shown, for example, by negro slavery, the final end of which is sugar and coffee. But we do not need to go so far. At the age of 5 years to enter a cotton‐spinning or other factory, and from that time forth to sit there daily, first 10, then 12, and ultimately 14 hours, performing the same mechanical labour, is to purchase dearly the satisfaction of drawing breath. But this is the fate of millions, and that of millions more is analogous to it. We others, however, can be made perfectly miserable by trifling misfortunes, perfectly happy not by the world. Whatever one may say, the happiest moment of the happy man is the moment of his falling asleep, and the unhappiest moment of the unhappy that of his awaking. An indirect but certain proof of the fact that men feel themselves unhappy, and consequently are so, is also abundantly afforded by the fearful envy which dwells in us all, and which in all relations of life, on the occasion of any superiority, of whatever kind it may be, is excited, and cannot contain its poison. Because they feel themselves unhappy, men cannot endure the sight of one whom they imagine happy. He who for the moment feels himself happy would like to make all around him happy also, and says, "Que tout le monde ici soit heureux de ma joie." If life were in itself a blessing to be prized and decidedly to be preferred to non‐existence, the exit from it would not need to be guarded by such fearful sentinels as death and its terrors. But who would continue in life as it is if death were less terrible? And again, who could even endure the thought of death if life were a pleasure? but thus the former has still always this good, that it is the end of life, and we console ourselves with regard to the suffering of life with death, and with regard to death with the suffering of life. The truth is that the two inseparably belong to each other, for together they constitute a deviation from the right path, to return to which is as difficult as it is desirable. If the world were not something which, expressed practically, ought not to be, it would also not be theoretically a problem. But its existence would either require no explanation, inasmuch as it would be so entirely self‐evident that wonder concerning it or a question about it could arise in no mind, or its end would present itself unmistakably. Instead of this, however, it is indeed an insoluble problem, for even the most perfect philosophy will yet always contain an unexplained element, like an insoluble deposit, or the remainder which the irrational relation of two quantities always leaves over. Therefore, if one ventures to raise the question why there is not rather nothing than this world, the world cannot be justified from itself, no ground, no final cause of its existence can be found in itself, it cannot be shown that it exists for its own sake, that is, for its own advantage. In accordance with my teaching, this can certainly be explained from the fact that the principle of its existence is expressly one which is without ground, a blind will to live, which as thing in itself cannot be made subject to the principle of sufficient reason, which is merely the form of the phenomenon, and through which alone every why is justified. But this also agrees with the nature of the world, for only a blind will, no seeing will, could place itself in the position in which we behold ourselves. A seeing will would rather have soon made the calculation that the business did not cover the cost, for such a mighty effort and struggle with the straining of all the powers, under constant care, anxiety, and want, and with the inevitable destruction of every individual life, finds no compensation in the ephemeral existence itself, which is so obtained, and which passes into nothing in our hands. Hence, then, the explanation of the world from the Anaxagorean nous, that is, from a will accompanied by knowledge, necessarily demands optimism to excuse it, which accordingly is set up and maintained in spite of the loudly crying evidence of a whole world full of misery. Life is there given out to be a gift, while it is evident that every one would have declined such a gift if he could have seen it and tested it beforehand. Just as Lessing admired the understanding of his son, who, because he had absolutely declined to enter life, had to be forcibly brought into it with the forceps, but was scarcely there when he hurried away from it again. On the other hand, it is then well said that life should be, from one end to the other, only a lesson; to which, however, any one might reply, for this very reason I wish I had been left in the peace of the all‐sufficient nothing, where I would have had no need of lessons or of anything else. If indeed it should now be added that he must one day give an account of every hour of his life, he would be more justified in himself demanding an account of why he had been transferred from that rest into such a questionable, dark, anxious, and painful situation. To this, then, we are led by false views. For human existence, far from bearing the character of a gift, has entirely the character of a debt that has been contracted. The calling in of this debt appears in the form of the pressing wants, tormenting desires, and endless misery established through this existence. As a rule, the whole lifetime is devoted to the paying off of this debt. But this only meets the interest. The payment of the capital takes place through death. And when was this debt contracted? At the begetting. End of chapter 46, part 1. Chapter 46, part 2. Of Supplements to the Fourth Book, from The World as Will and Idea, Volume 3, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Chapter 46. On the Vanity and Suffering of Life, part 2. Accordingly, if we regard man as a being whose existence is a punishment and an expiation, we then view him in a right light. The myth of the fall, although probably like the whole of Judaism borrowed from the Zend‐Avesta (Bundahish 15), is the only point in the Old Testament to which I can ascribe metaphysical, although only allegorical truth. Indeed, it is this alone that reconciles me to the Old Testament. Our existence resembles nothing so much as the consequence of a false step and a guilty desire. New Testament Christianity, the ethical spirit of which is that of Brahmanism and Buddhism, and is therefore very foreign to the otherwise optimistic spirit of the Old Testament, has also very wisely linked itself on precisely to that myth. Indeed, without this it would have found no point of connection with Judaism at all. If any one desires to measure the degree of guilt with which our existence is tainted, then let him look at the suffering that is connected with it. Every great pain, whether bodily or mental, declares what we deserve, for it could not come to us if we did not deserve it. That Christianity also regards our existence in this light is shown by a passage in Luther's commentary on Galatians, chapter 3, which I only have beside me in Latin. Sumus autem nos omnes corporibus et rebus subjecti diabolo, et hospites sumus in mundo, cujus ipse princeps et deus est. Ideo panis, quem edimus, potus quem bibimus, vestis, quibus utimur, imo aer et totum quo vivimus in carne, sub ipsius imperio est. An outcry has been made about the melancholy and disconsolate nature of my philosophy. Yet it lies merely in the fact that instead of inventing a future hell as the equivalent of sin, I show that where guilt lies in the world there is already something akin to hell; but whoever is inclined to deny this can easily experience it. And to this world, to this scene of tormented and agonised beings, who only continue to exist by devouring each other, in which therefore every ravenous beast is the living grave of thousands of others, and its self‐maintenance is a chain of painful deaths, and in which the capacity for feeling pain increases with knowledge, and therefore reaches its highest degree in man, a degree which is the higher the more intelligent the man is. To this world it has been sought to apply the system of optimism, and demonstrate to us that it is the best of all possible worlds. The absurdity is glaring. But an optimist bids me open my eyes and look at the world, how beautiful it is in the sunshine, with its mountains and valleys, streams, plants, animals, &c., &c. Is the world, then, a raree‐show? These things are certainly beautiful to look at, but to be them is something quite different. Then comes a teleologist, and praises to me the wise arrangement by virtue of which it is taken care that the planets do not run their heads together, that land and sea do not get mixed into a pulp, but are held so beautifully apart, also that everything is neither rigid with continual frost nor roasted with heat. In the same way that in consequence of the obliquity of the ecliptic there is no eternal spring, in which nothing could attain to ripeness, &c., &c. But this, and all like it, are mere conditiones sine quibus non. If in general there is to be a world at all, if its planets are to exist at least as long as the light of a distant fixed star requires to reach them, and are not like Lessing's sun to depart again immediately after birth, then certainly it must not be so clumsily constructed that its very framework threatens to fall to pieces. But if one goes on to the results of this applauded work, considers the players who act upon the stage which is so durably constructed, and now sees how with sensibility pain appears, and increases in proportion as the sensibility develops to intelligence, and then how, keeping pace with this, desire and suffering come out ever more strongly, and increase till at last human life affords no other material than this for tragedies and comedies, then whoever is honest will scarcely be disposed to set up hallelujahs. David Hume, in his Natural History of Religion, §§ 6, 7, 8, and 13, has also exposed, mercilessly but with convincing truth, the real though concealed source of these last. He also explains clearly in the 10th and 11th books of his Dialogues on Natural Religion, with very pertinent arguments, which are yet of quite a different kind from mine, the miserable nature of this world and the untenableness of all optimism, in doing which he attacks this in its origin. Both works of Hume's are as well worth reading as they are unknown at the present day in Germany; where, on the other hand, incredible pleasure is found patriotically in the most disgusting nonsense of home‐bred, boastful mediocrities, who are proclaimed great men. Hamann, however, translated these dialogues. Kant went through the translation, and late in life wished to induce Hamann's son to publish them, because the translation of Platner did not satisfy him. See Kant's biography by F. W. Schubert, pp. 81 and 165. From every page of David Hume there is more to be learned than from the collected philosophical works of Hegel, Herbart, and Schleiermacher together. The founder of systematic optimism, again, is Leibnitz, whose philosophical merit I have no intention of denying, although I have never succeeded in thinking myself into the monadology, pre‐established harmony, and identitas indiscernibilium. His nouveaux essais sur l'entendement are, however, merely an excerpt, with a full yet weak criticism, with a view to correction of Locke's work, which is justly of world‐wide reputation. He here opposes Locke with just as little success as he opposes Newton in the Tentamen de motuum cœlestium causis, directed against the system of gravitation. The Critique of Pure Reason is specially directed against this Leibnitz‐Wolfian philosophy, and has a polemical, nay, a destructive relation to it, just as it is related to Locke and Hume as a continuation and further construction. That at the present day the professors of philosophy are on all sides engaged in setting Leibnitz, with his juggling, upon his legs again, nay, in glorifying him, and, on the other hand, in depreciating and setting aside Kant as much as possible, has its sufficient reason in the Primum Vivere. The Critique of Pure Reason does not admit of one giving out Judaistic mythology as philosophy, nor of one speaking without ceremony of the soul as a given reality, a well‐known and well‐accredited person, without giving account of how one arrived at this conception, and what justification one has for using it scientifically. But primum vivere, deinde philosophari, down with Kant, vivat our Leibnitz. To return, then, to Leibnitz, I cannot ascribe to the Théodicée, as a methodical and broad unfolding of optimism, any other merit than this, that it gave occasion later for the immortal Candide of the great Voltaire; whereby certainly Leibnitz's often repeated and lame excuse for the evil of the world, that the bad sometimes brings about the good, received a confirmation which was unexpected by him. Even by the name of his hero, Voltaire indicates that it only requires sincerity to recognise the opposite of optimism. Really, upon this scene of sin, suffering, and death, optimism makes such an extraordinary figure that one would be forced to regard it as irony if one had not a sufficient explanation of its origin in the secret source of it, insincere flattery with insulting confidence in its success, which, as was mentioned above, is so delightfully disclosed by Hume. But indeed, to the palpably sophistical proofs of Leibnitz that this is the best of all possible worlds, we may seriously and honestly oppose the proof that it is the worst of all possible worlds. For possible means not what one may construct in imagination, but what can actually exist and continue. Now this world is so arranged as to be able to maintain itself with great difficulty, but if it were a little worse, it could no longer maintain itself. Consequently, a worse world, since it could not continue to exist, is absolutely impossible. Thus this world itself is the worst of all possible worlds. For not only if the planets were to run their heads together, but even if any one of the actually appearing perturbations of their course, instead of being gradually balanced by others, continued to increase, the world would soon reach its end. Astronomers know upon what accidental circumstances, principally the irrational relation to each other of the periods of revolution, this depends, and have carefully calculated that it will always go on well; consequently the world also can continue and go on. We will hope that, although Newton was of an opposite opinion, they have not miscalculated, and consequently that the mechanical perpetual motion realised in such a planetary system will not also, like the rest, ultimately come to a standstill. Again, under the firm crust of the planet dwell the powerful forces of nature, which, as soon as some accident affords them free play, must necessarily destroy that crust with everything living upon it, as has already taken place at least 3 times upon our planet, and will probably take place oftener still. The earthquake of Lisbon, the earthquake of Haiti, the destruction of Pompeii, are only small playful hints of what is possible. A small alteration of the atmosphere, which cannot even be chemically proved, causes cholera, yellow fever, black death, &c., which carry off millions of men. A somewhat greater alteration would extinguish all life. A very moderate increase of heat would dry up all the rivers and springs. The brutes have received just barely so much in the way of organs and powers as enables them to procure with the greatest exertion sustenance for their own lives and food for their offspring. Therefore, if a brute loses a limb, or even the full use of one, it must generally perish. Even of the human race, powerful as are the weapons it possesses in understanding and reason, 9/10 live in constant conflict with want, always balancing themselves with difficulty and effort upon the brink of destruction. Thus throughout, as for the continuance of the whole, so also for that of each individual being, the conditions are barely and scantily given, but nothing over. The individual life is a ceaseless battle for existence itself, while at every step destruction threatens it. Just because this threat is so often fulfilled, provision had to be made, by means of the enormous excess of the germs, that the destruction of the individuals should not involve that of the species, for which alone nature really cares. The world is therefore as bad as it possibly can be, if it is to continue to be at all. Q.E.D. The fossils of the entirely different kinds of animal species which formerly inhabited the planet afford us as a proof of our calculation the records of worlds the continuance of which was no longer possible, and which consequently were somewhat worse than the worst of possible worlds. Optimism is at bottom the unmerited self‐praise of the real originator of the world, the will to live, which views itself complacently in its works. And accordingly it is not only a false but also a pernicious doctrine. For it presents life to us as a desirable condition, and the happiness of man as the end of it. Starting from this, every one then believes that he has the most just claim to happiness and pleasure; and if, as is wont to happen, these do not fall to his lot, then he believes that he is wronged, nay, that he loses the end of his existence; while it is far more correct to regard work, privation, misery, and suffering crowned by death as the end of our life, as Brahmanism and Buddhism, and also genuine Christianity do. For it is these which lead to the denial of the will to live. In the New Testament the world is represented as a valley of tears, life as a process of purifying or refining, and the symbol of Christianity is an instrument of torture. Therefore, when Leibnitz, Shaftesbury, Bolingbroke, and Pope brought forward optimism, the general offence which it gave depended principally upon the fact that optimism is irreconcilable with Christianity. As Voltaire states and explains in the preface to his excellent poem, "Le Désastre du Liban," which is also expressly directed against optimism. This great man, whom I so gladly praise, in opposition to the abuse of venal German ink‐slingers, is placed decidedly higher than Rousseau by the insight to which he attained in 3 respects, and which prove the greater depth of his thinking. 1. The recognition of the preponderating magnitude of the evil and misery of existence with which he is deeply penetrated. 2. That of the strict necessity of the acts of will. 3. That of the truth of Locke's principle, that what thinks may also be material; while Rousseau opposes all this with declamations in his Profession de foi du Vicaire Savoyard, a superficial Protestant pastor's philosophy, as he also in the same spirit attacks the beautiful poem of Voltaire which has just been referred to with ill‐founded, shallow, and logically false reasoning, in the interests of optimism, in his long letter to Voltaire of 18th August 1756, which is devoted simply to this purpose. Indeed, the fundamental characteristic and the proston pseudos of Rousseau's whole philosophy is this, that in the place of the Christian doctrine of original sin and the original depravity of the human race, he puts an original goodness and unlimited perfectibility of it, which has only been led astray by civilisation and its consequences, and then founds upon this his optimism and humanism. As in Candide, Voltaire wages war in his facetious manner against optimism, Byron has also done so in his serious and tragic style, in his immortal masterpiece Cain, on account of which he also has been honoured with the invectives of the obscurantist Friedrich Schlegel. If now, in conclusion, to confirm my view, I were to give what has been said by great men of all ages in this anti‐optimistic spirit, there would be no end to the quotations, for almost every one of them has expressed in strong language his knowledge of the misery of this world. Thus, not to confirm, but merely to embellish this chapter, a few quotations of this kind may be given at the end of it. First of all, let me mention here that the Greeks, far as they were from the Christian and lofty Asiatic conception of the world, and although they decidedly stood at the point of view of the assertion of the will, were yet deeply affected by the wretchedness of existence. This is shown even by the invention of tragedy, which belongs to them. Another proof of it is afforded us by the custom of the Thracians, which is first mentioned by Herodotus, though often referred to afterwards, the custom of welcoming the new‐born child with lamentations, and recounting all the evils which now lie before it, and, on the other hand, burying the dead with mirth and jesting, because they are no longer exposed to so many and great sufferings. In a beautiful poem preserved for us by Plutarch, De Audiend Poet in Fine, this runs thus: Ton funta thrinein, eis os erchetai kaκα ton dau thananta kai ponon pepaumenon kairantas euphimuntas ekpemtein domon. That is, lugere gentium tanta qui intrarit mala, at morte si quis finiisset miserias, hunc laude amicos atque laetitia exsequi. It is not to be attributed to historical relationship, but to the moral identity of the matter, that the Mexicans welcomed the new‐born child with the words, "My child, thou art born to endure; therefore endure, suffer, and keep silence." And, following the same feeling, Swift, as Walter Scott relates in his Life of Swift, early adopted the custom of keeping his birthday not as a time of joy but of sadness, and of reading on that day the passage of the Bible in which Job laments and curses the day on which it was said in the house of his father a man‐child is born. Well known, and too long for quotation, is the passage in the Apology of Socrates, in which Plato makes this wisest of mortals say that death, even if it deprives us of consciousness for ever, would be a wonderful gain; for a deep, dreamless sleep every day is to be preferred even to the happiest life. A saying of Heraclitus runs, "To un bio anima men bios ergon de thanatos," that is, vitae nomen quidem est vita, opus autem mors, etymologicum magnum voce bios. Also Eustathius ad Iliad, 131. The beautiful lines of the Theogony are famous: Archein men mi psunai apikthani oisin aristan mid esidein augas oxeas ieliu funta topos okista pulas aidao perisai kai kestai polin gin epamisamenan. That is, optima sors homini natum non esse nec unquam adspexisse diem flammiferumque iubar, altera iam genitum demiti protinus orco, et pressum multa mergere corpus humo. Sophocles, in Oedipus Colonus, 1225, has the following abbreviation of the same: Mifunai ton apanta nika logon, to depe phani binai kathen othen per ike polu deuteran os taxista. That is, natum non esse sortes vincit alias omnes proxima autem est, ubi quis in lucem editus fuerit, eodem redire unde venit, quam ocissime. Euripides says, Pas dodumiras bias anthropon, huc esti panon anapausis, that is, omnis hominum vita est plena dolore, nec datur laborum remissio. And Homer already said, Umen gar ti estin oidzu roteran andras panton ossa de Gaian epi pnei tecae erpe. That is, non enim quidquam alicubi est calimitosius homine omnium, quotquot super terram spirantque et voventur. 2:17, 446. Even Pliny says, qua propter hoc primum, quisque in remediis animi sui habeat ex omnibus bonis, quae homini natura tribuit, nullum melius esse tempestiva morte. Natural History, 28:2. Shakespeare puts the words in the mouth of the old King Henry IV. O heaven, that one might read the book of fate, and see the revolution of the times, how chances mock, and changes fill the cup of alteration with divers liquors. Oh, if this were seen, the happiest youth, viewing his progress through, what perils past, what crosses to ensue, would shut the book and sit him down and die. Finally, Byron. Count o'er the joys thine hours have seen, count o'er thy days from anguish free, and know whatever thou hast been, 'tis something better not to be. Balthazar Gracian also brings the misery of our existence before our eyes in the darkest colours in the Criticon, parte 1, Crisi 5, just at the beginning, and Crisi 7 at the end, where he explicitly represents life as a tragic farce. Yet no one has so thoroughly and exhaustively handled this subject as in our own day Leopardi. He is entirely filled and penetrated by it. His theme is everywhere the mockery and wretchedness of this existence. He presents it upon every page of his works, yet in such a multiplicity of forms and applications, with such wealth of imagery, that he never wearies us, but on the contrary is throughout entertaining and exciting. End of chapter 46. Chapter 47, Part 1, of Supplements to the Fourth Book, from The World as Will and Idea, Volume 3, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Chapter 47, On Ethics, Part 1. Here is the great gap which occurs in these supplements, on account of the circumstance that I have already dealt with moral philosophy, in the narrower sense, in the two prize essays published under the title Die Grundprobleme der Ethik, an acquaintance with which is assumed, as I have said, in order to avoid useless repetition. Therefore there only remains for me here a small gleaning of isolated reflections which could not be discussed in that work, the contents of which were, in the main, prescribed by the academies; least of all those reflections which demand a higher point of view than that which is common to all, and which I was there obliged to adhere to. Accordingly, it will not surprise the reader to find these reflections here in a very fragmentary collection. This collection again has been continued in the 8th and 9th chapters of the second volume of the Parerga. That moral investigations are incomparably more difficult than physical, and in general than any others, results from the fact that they are almost immediately concerned with the thing in itself, namely with that manifestation of it in which, directly discovered by the light of knowledge, it reveals its nature as will. Physical truths, on the other hand, remain entirely in the province of the idea, that is, of the phenomenon, and merely show how the lowest manifestations of the will present themselves in the idea in conformity to law. Further, the consideration of the world from the physical side, however far and successfully it may be pursued, is in its results without any consolation for us. On the moral side alone is consolation to be found. For here the depths of our own inner nature disclose themselves to the consideration. But my philosophy is the only one which confers upon ethics its complete and whole rights. For only if the true nature of man is his own will, and consequently he is, in the strictest sense, his own work, are his deeds really entirely his and to be ascribed to him. On the other hand, whenever he has another origin, or is the work of a being different from himself, all his guilt falls back upon this origin or originator. For operari sequitur esse. To connect the force which produces the phenomenon of the world, and consequently determines its nature, with the morality of the disposition or character, and thus to establish a moral order of the world as the foundation of the physical, this has been since Socrates the problem of philosophy. Theism solved it in a childish manner, which could not satisfy mature humanity. Therefore pantheism opposed itself to it whenever it ventured to do so, and showed that nature bears in itself the power by virtue of which it appears. With this, however, ethics had necessarily to be given up. Spinoza, indeed, attempts here and there to preserve it by means of sophistry, but for the most part gives it up altogether, and with a boldness which excites astonishment and repugnance, explains the distinction between right and wrong, and in general between good and evil, as merely conventional, thus in itself empty. After having met with unmerited neglect for more than 100 years, Spinoza has in general become too much esteemed in this century through the reaction caused by the swing of the pendulum of opinion. All pantheism must ultimately be overthrown by the inevitable demands of ethics, and then by the evil and suffering of the world. If the world is a theophany, then all that man, or even the brute, does is equally divine and excellent. Nothing can be censurable, and nothing more praiseworthy than the rest. Thus there is no ethics. Hence, in consequence of the revived Spinozism of our own day, thus of pantheism, the treatment of ethics has sunk so low and become so shallow that it has been made a mere instruction as to the proper life of a citizen and a member of a family, in which the ultimate end of human existence is supposed to consist, thus in methodical, complete, smug, and comfortable Philistinism. Pantheism, indeed, has only led to such shallow vulgarisms through the fact that, by a shameful misuse of the e quovis ligno fit Mercurius, a common mind, Hegel has by the well‐known means been falsely stamped as a great philosopher, and a herd of his disciples, at first suborned, afterwards only stupid, received his weighty words. Such outrages on the human mind do not remain unpunished. The seed has sprouted. In the same spirit it was then asserted that ethics should have for its material not the conduct of individuals, but that of nations, that this alone was a theme worthy of it. Nothing can be more perverse than this view, which rests on the most vulgar realism. For in every individual appears the whole undivided will to live, the thing in itself, and the microcosm is like the macrocosm. The masses have no more content than each individual. Ethics is concerned not with actions and their results, but with willing, and willing itself takes place only in the individual. Not the fate of nations, which exists only in the phenomenon, but that of the individual is decided morally. Nations are really mere abstractions; individuals alone actually exist. Thus then is pantheism related to ethics. But the evil and misery of the world are not in accord even with theism; hence it sought assistance from all kinds of evasions, theodicies, which yet were irretrievably overthrown by the arguments of Hume and Voltaire. Pantheism, however, is completely untenable in the presence of that bad side of the world. Only when the world is regarded entirely from without and from the physical side alone, and nothing else is kept in view but the constant restorative order and the comparative imperishableness of the whole which is thereby introduced, is it perhaps possible to explain it as a God, yet always only symbolically. But if one enters within, thus considers also the subjective and moral side, with its preponderance of want, suffering, and misery, of dissension, wickedness, madness, and perversity, then one soon becomes conscious with horror that the last thing imaginable one has before one is a theophany. I, however, have shown, and especially in my work "Über den Willen in der Natur" have proved, that the force which works and acts in nature is identical with the will in us. Thereby the moral order of the world is brought into direct connection with the force which produces the phenomenon of the world. For the phenomenon of the will must exactly correspond to its nature. Upon this depends the exposition of eternal justice given in §§ 63 and 64 of the first volume, and the world, although subsisting by its own power, receives throughout a moral tendency. Accordingly, the problem which has been discussed from the time of Socrates is now for the first time really solved, and the demand of thinking reason directed to morality is satisfied. Yet I have never professed to propound a philosophy which leaves no questions unanswered. In this sense philosophy is really impossible; it would be the science of omniscience. But est quadam prodire tenus, si non datur ultra. There is a limit to which reflection can penetrate, and can so far lighten the night of our existence, although the horizon always remains dark. My doctrine reaches this limit in the will to live, which in its own manifestation asserts or denies itself. To wish, however, to go beyond this is, in my eyes, like wishing to fly beyond the atmosphere. We must stop there, even although new problems arise out of those which have been solved. Besides this, however, we must refer to the fact that the validity of the principle of sufficient reason is limited to the phenomenon. This was the theme of my first essay on that principle, which was published as early as 1813. I now go on to supplement particular points, and shall begin by supporting, with two passages from classical poetry, my explanation of weeping given in § 67 of the first volume, that it springs from sympathy, the object of which is one's own self. At the end of the 8th book of the Odyssey, Ulysses, who in all his many sorrows is never represented as weeping, bursts into tears, when still unknown he hears his early heroic life and deeds sung by the bard Demodocus in the palace of the Phæacian king; for this remembrance of the brilliant period of his life contrasts with his present wretchedness. Thus not this itself directly, but the objective consideration of it, the picture of his present summoned up by his past, calls forth his tears. He feels sympathy with himself. Euripides makes the innocently condemned Hippolytus, bemoaning his own fate, express the same feeling. Θεου eth εμαύτων προς βλέπειν, εναντιον σταντ, ως εδάχρους οια πασχόμεν κακά. That is, Heu, si liceret mihi, met ipsum extrinsecus spectare, quanto pere deflerem mala quæ patior. Finally, as a proof of my explanation, an anecdote may be given here which I take from the English journal The Herald of the 16th July, 1836. A client, when he had heard his case set forth by his counsel in court, burst into a flood of tears and cried, "I never knew I had suffered half so much till I heard it here to‐day." I have shown in § 55 of the first volume how, notwithstanding the unalterable nature of the character, that is, of the special fundamental will of a man, a real moral repentance is yet possible. I wish, however, to add the following explanation, which I must preface by a few definitions. Inclination is every strong susceptibility of the will for motives of a certain kind. Passion is an inclination so strong that the motives which excite it exercise a power over the will, which is stronger than that of every possible motive that can oppose them. Thus its mastery over the will becomes absolute, and consequently, with reference to it, the will is passive or suffering. It must, however, be remarked here that passions seldom reach the degree at which they fully answer to the definition, but rather bear their name as mere approximations to it. Therefore there are then still counter‐motives which are able at least to restrict their effect, if only they appear distinctly in consciousness. The emotion is just as irresistible, but yet only a passing excitement of the will by a motive which receives its power not from a deeply rooted inclination, but merely from the fact that, appearing suddenly, it excludes for the moment the counter‐effect of all other motives, for it consists of an idea, which completely obscures all others by its excessive vividness, or, as it were, conceals them entirely by its too close proximity, so that they cannot enter consciousness and act on the will, whereby, therefore, the capacity for reflection, and with it intellectual freedom, is to a certain extent abolished. Accordingly, the emotion is related to the passion as delirium to madness. Moral repentance is now conditioned by the fact that before the act the inclination to it did not leave the intellect free scope, because it did not allow it to contemplate clearly and fully the counter‐motives, but rather turned it ever anew to the motives in its own favour. But now, after the act has been performed, these motives are by this itself neutralised, and consequently have become ineffective. Now reality brings before the intellect the counter‐motives as the consequences of the act which have already appeared, and the intellect now knows that they would have been the stronger if it had only adequately contemplated and weighed them. Thus the man becomes conscious that he has done what was really not in accordance with his will. This knowledge is repentance, for he has not acted with full intellectual freedom, for all the motives did not attain to efficiency. What excluded the motives, opposed to the action, was in the case of the hasty action the emotion, and in the case of the deliberate action the passion. It has also often depended upon the circumstance that his reason certainly presented to him the counter‐motives in the abstract, but was not supported by a sufficiently strong imagination to present to him their whole content and true significance in images. Examples of what has been said are the cases in which revenge, jealousy, or avarice have led to murder. After it is committed they are extinguished, and now justice, sympathy, the remembrance of former friendship, raise their voices and say all that they would have said before if they had been allowed to speak. Then enters the bitter repentance which says, if it were not done it would never happen. An incomparable representation of this is afforded by the old Scottish ballad, which has also been translated by Herder, Edward, Edward. In an analogous manner, the neglect of one's own good may occasion an egotistical repentance. For example, when an otherwise unadvisable marriage is concluded in consequence of passionate love, which now is extinguished just by the marriage, and for the first time the counter‐motives of personal interest, lost independence, &c., &c., come into consciousness, and speak as they would have spoken before if they had been allowed utterance. All such actions accordingly spring from a relative weakness of intellect, because it lets itself be mastered by the will, just where its function as the presenter of motives ought to have been inexorably fulfilled, without allowing itself to be disturbed by the will. The vehemence of the will is here only indirectly the cause, in that it interferes with the intellect, and thereby prepares for itself repentance. The reasonableness of the character σωφροσυνη, which is opposed to passionateness, really consists in this, that the will never overpowers the intellect to such an extent as to prevent it from correctly exercising its function of the distinct, full, and clear exposition of the motives in the abstract for the reason, in the concrete for the imagination. Now this may just as well depend upon the moderation and mildness of the will as upon the strength of the intellect. All that is required is that the latter should be relatively strong enough for the will that is present, thus that the two should stand in a suitable relation to each other. The following explanations have still to be added to the fundamental characteristics of the philosophy of law, expounded in section 62 of the first volume, and also in my prize essay on the foundation of morals, section 17. Those who, with Spinoza, deny that there is a right apart from the state, confound the means for enforcing the right with the right itself. Certainly the right is ensured protection only in the state, but it itself exists independently of the state, for by force it can only be suppressed, never abolished. Accordingly the state is nothing more than an institution for protection, which has become necessary through the manifold attacks to which man is exposed, and which he would not be able to ward off alone, but only in union with others. So then the aims of the state are: 1. First of all, outward protection, which may just as well become needful against lifeless forces of nature or wild beasts as against men, consequently against other nations, although this case is the most frequent and important, for the worst enemy of man is man. Homo homini lupus. Since in consequence of this aim nations always set up the principle in words if not with deeds that they wish to stand to each other in a purely defensive, never in an aggressive relation, they recognise the law of nations. This is at bottom nothing but natural law, in the only sphere of its practical activity that remains to it, between nation and nation, where it alone must reign, because its stronger son, positive law, cannot assert itself, since it requires a judge and an executive. Accordingly, the law of nations consists of a certain degree of morality in the dealings of nations with each other, the maintenance of which is a question of honour for mankind. The bar at which cases based on this law are tried is that of public opinion. 2. Protection within, thus protection of the members of a state against each other, consequently security of private right, by means of the maintenance of an honest state of things, which consists in this, that the concentrated forces of all protect each individual, from which arises an appearance as if all were honest, that is, just, thus as if no one wished to injure the others. But, as is always the way in human affairs, the removal of one evil generally opens the way for a new one. Thus the granting of that double protection introduces the need of a third, namely, 3, protection against the protector, that is, against him, or those to whom the society has transferred the management of the protection, thus the guarantee of public right. This appears most completely attainable by dividing and separating from each other the threefold unity of the protective power, thus the legislature, the judicature, and the executive, so that each is managed by others and independently of the rest. The great value, indeed the fundamental idea of the monarchy, appears to me to lie in the fact that because men remain men, one must be placed so high, and so much power, wealth, security, and absolute inviolability given him, that there remains nothing for him to desire, to hope, and to fear for himself, whereby the egoism which dwells in him, as in every one, is annihilated, as it were, by neutralisation, and he is now able, as if he were no longer a man, to practise justice, and to keep in view no longer his own but only the public good. This is the source of the seemingly superhuman nature that everywhere accompanies royalty, and distinguishes it so infinitely from the mere presidency. Therefore it must also be hereditary, not elective, partly in order that no one may see his equal in the king, partly that the king himself may only be able to provide for his successors by caring for the welfare of the state, which is absolutely one with that of his family. If other ends besides that of protection, here explained, are ascribed to the state, this may easily endanger the true end. End of chapter 47, part 1. Chapter 47, part 2, of Supplements to the Fourth Book, from The World as Will and Idea, Volume 3, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Chapter 47, on Ethics, part 2. According to my explanation, the right of property arises only through the expenditure of labour upon things. This truth, which has already often been expressed, finds a noteworthy confirmation in the fact that it is asserted, even in a practical regard, in a declaration of the American ex-president, Quincy Adams, which is to be found in the Quarterly Review of 1840, No. 130, and also in French in the Bibliothèque Universelle de Genève, July 1840, No. 55. I will give it here in German, the English of Quarterly Review. "There are moralists who have questioned the right of the Europeans to intrude upon the possessions of the aboriginals in any case, and under any limitations whatsoever, but have they maturely considered the whole subject? The Indian right of possession itself stands, with regard to the greatest part of the country, upon a questionable foundation. Their cultivated fields, their constructed habitations, a space of ample sufficiency for their subsistence, and whatever they had annexed of themselves by personal labour was undoubtedly by the laws of nature theirs. But what is the right of a huntsman to the forest of 1,000 miles over which he has accidentally ranged in quest of prey, &c. In the same way, those who in our own day have seen occasion to combat communism with reasons, for example, the Archbishop of Paris in his Pastoral of June 1851, have always brought forward the argument that property is the result of work, as it were only embodied work. This is further evidence that the right of property can only be established by the application of work to things, for only in this respect does it find free recognition and make itself morally valid. An entirely different kind of proof of the same truth is afforded by the moral fact that while the law punishes poaching just as severely as theft, and in many countries more severely, yet civil honour, which is irrevocably lost by the latter, is really not affected by the former. But the poacher, if he has been guilty of nothing else, is certainly tainted with a fault, but yet is not regarded, like the thief, as dishonourable and shunned by all. For the principles of civil honour rest upon moral and not upon mere positive law. But game is not an object upon which labour is bestowed, and thus also is not an object of a morally valid possession. The right to it is therefore entirely a positive one, and is not morally recognised. According to my view, the principle ought to lie at the basis of criminal law that it is not really the man, but only the deed which is punished, in order that it may not recur. The criminal is merely the subject in whom the deed is punished, in order that the law, in consequence of which the punishment is inflicted, may retain its deterrent power. This is the meaning of the expression "he is forfeited to the law." According to Kant's explanation, which amounts to a jus talionis, it is not the deed but the man that is punished. The penitentiary system also seeks not so much to punish the deed as the man, in order to reform him. It thereby sets aside the real aim of punishment, determent from the deed, in order to attain the very problematic end of reformation. But it is always a doubtful thing to attempt to attain two different ends by one means; how much more so if the two are in any sense opposite ends. Education is a benefit, punishment ought to be an evil. The penitentiary prison is supposed to accomplish both at once. Moreover, however large a share untutored ignorance, combined with outward distress, may have in many crimes, yet we dare not regard these as their principal cause, for innumerable persons living in the same ignorance, and under absolutely similar circumstances, commit no crimes. Thus the substance of the matter falls back upon the personal, moral character. But this, as I have shown in my prize essay on the freedom of the will, is absolutely unalterable. Therefore moral reformation is really not possible, but only determent from the deed through fear. At the same time, the correction of knowledge and the awakening of the desire to work can certainly be attained. It will appear what effect this can produce. Besides this, it appears to me, from the aim of punishment set forth in the text, that when possible the apparent severity of the punishment should exceed the actual; but solitary confinement achieves the reverse. Its great severity has no witnesses, and is by no means anticipated by any one who has not experienced it; thus it does not deter. It threatens him who is tempted to crime by want and misery with the opposite pole of human suffering, ennui. But, as Goethe rightly observes, when real affliction is our lot, then do we long for ennui. The contemplation of it will deter him just as little as the sight of the palatial prisons which are built by honest men for rogues. If, however, it is desired that these penitentiary prisons should be regarded as educational institutions, then it is to be regretted that the entrance to them is only obtained by crimes, instead of which it ought to have preceded them. That punishment, as Beccaria has taught, ought to bear a proper proportion to the crime does not depend upon the fact that it would be an expiation of it, but rather on the fact that the pledge ought to be proportionate to the value of that for which it answers. Therefore every one is justified in demanding the pledge of the life of another as a guarantee for the security of his own life. but not for the security of his property, for which the freedom, and so forth, of another is sufficient pledge. For the security of the life of the citizens, capital punishment is therefore absolutely necessary. Those who wish to abolish it should be answered, first remove murder from the world, and then capital punishment ought to follow. It ought also to be inflicted for the clear attempt to murder just as for murder itself, for the law desires to punish the deed, not to revenge its consequences. In general, the injury to be guarded against affords the right measure for the punishment which is to be threatened, but it does not give the moral baseness of the forbidden action. Therefore the law may rightly impose the punishment of imprisonment for allowing a flower‐pot to fall from a window, or impose hard labour for smoking in the woods during the summer, and yet permit it in the winter. But to impose the punishment of death, as in Poland, for shooting an ur‐ox is too much, for the maintenance of the species of ur‐oxen may not be purchased with human life. In determining the measure of the punishment, along with the magnitude of the injury to be guarded against, we have to consider the strength of the motives which impel to the forbidden action. Quite a different standard of punishment would be established if expiation, retribution, jus talionis were its true ground. But the criminal code ought to be nothing but a register of counter‐motives for possible criminal actions. Therefore each of these motives must decidedly outweigh the motives which lead to these actions, and indeed so much the more the greater the evil is which would arise from the action to be guarded against, the stronger the temptation to it, and the more difficult the conviction of the criminal, always under the correct assumption that the will is not free, but determinable by motives. Apart from this it could not be got at all. So much for the philosophy of law. In my prize essay on the freedom of the will, p. 50 and following, I have proved the originality and unalterableness of the inborn character, from which the moral content of the course of life proceeds. It is established as a fact. But in order to understand problems in their full extent, it is sometimes necessary to oppose opposites sharply to each other. In this case, then, let one recall how incredibly great is the inborn difference between man and man, in a moral and in an intellectual regard. Here nobleness and wisdom, there wickedness and stupidity. In one the goodness of the heart shines out of the eyes, or the stamp of genius is enthroned in his countenance. The base physiognomy of another is the impression of moral worthlessness and intellectual dulness, imprinted by the hands of nature itself, unmistakable and ineradicable. He looks as if he must be ashamed of existence. But to this outward appearance the inner being really corresponds. We cannot possibly assume that such differences, which transform the whole being of the man, and which nothing can abolish, which further, in conflict with his circumstances, determine his course of life, could exist without guilt or merit on the part of those affected by them, and be merely the work of chance. Even from this it is evident that the man must be in a certain sense his own work. But now, on the other hand, we can show the source of these differences empirically in the nature of the parents. And besides this, the meeting and connection of these parents has clearly been the work of the most accidental circumstances. By such considerations, then, we are forcibly directed to the distinction between the phenomenon and the true being of things, which alone can contain the solution of that problem. The thing in itself only reveals itself by means of the forms of the phenomenon. Therefore what proceeds from the thing in itself must yet appear in those forms, thus also in the bonds of causality. Accordingly it will present itself to us here as a mysterious and incomprehensible guidance of things, of which the external empirical connection would be the mere tool. Yet all that happens appears in this empirical connection introduced by causes, thus necessarily and determined from without, while its true ground lies in the inner nature of what thus manifests itself. Certainly we can here see the solution of the problem only from afar, and when we reflect upon it we fall into an abyss of thought, as Hamlet very truly says, thoughts beyond the reaches of our souls. In my essay in the first volume of the Parerga on the appearance of intention in the fate of individuals, I have set forth my thoughts upon this mysterious guidance of things, a guidance which indeed can only be conceived symbolically. In section 14 of my prize essay on the foundation of morals there will be found an exposition of egoism as regards its nature, and the following attempt to discover its root may be looked upon as supplementary to that paragraph. Nature itself contradicts itself directly, according as it speaks from the individual or the universal, from within or from without, from the centre or the periphery. It has its centre in every individual, for each individual is the whole will to live. Therefore, even if this individual is only an insect or a worm, nature itself speaks out of it thus: I alone am all in all. In my maintenance everything is involved. The rest may perish, it is really nothing. So speaks nature from the particular standpoint, thus from the point of view of self‐consciousness, and upon this depends the egoism of every living thing. On the other hand, from the universal point of view, which is that of the consciousness of other things, that of objective knowledge, which for the moment looks away from the individual with whom the knowledge is connected, from without, then, from the periphery nature speaks thus: the individual is nothing and less than nothing. I destroy millions of individuals every day for sport and pastime. I abandon their fate to the most capricious and wilful of my children, chance, who harasses them at pleasure. I produce millions of new individuals every day without any diminution of my productive power, just as little as the power of a mirror is exhausted by the number of reflections of the sun, which it casts on the wall one after another. The individual is nothing. Only he who knows how really to reconcile and eliminate this patent contradiction of nature has a true answer to the question as to the perishableness and imperishableness of his own self. I believe I have given in the first 4 chapters of this 4th book of the Supplements an adequate introduction to such knowledge. What is said above may further be illustrated in the following manner. Every individual, when he looks within, recognises in his nature, which is his will, the thing in itself, therefore that which everywhere alone is real. Accordingly, he conceives himself as the kernel and centre of the world, and regards himself as of infinite importance. If, on the other hand, he looks without, then he is in the province of the idea the mere phenomenon, where he sees himself as an individual among an infinite number of other individuals, accordingly as something very insignificant, nay, vanishing altogether. Consequently, every individual, even the most insignificant, every I, when regarded from within, is all in all. Regarded from without, on the other hand, he is nothing, or at least as good as nothing. Hence upon this depends the great difference between what each one necessarily is in his own eyes and what he is in the eyes of others, consequently the egoism with which every one reproaches every one else. In consequence of this egoism, our fundamental error of all is this, that with reference to each other we are reciprocally not I. On the other hand, to be just, noble, and benevolent is nothing else than to translate my metaphysics into actions. To say that time and space are mere forms of our knowledge, not conditions of things in themselves, is the same as to say that the doctrine of metempsychosis, thou shalt one day be born as him whom thou now injurest, in thy turn shall suffer like injury, is identical with the formula of the Brahmans, which has frequently been mentioned, tat twam asi, this thou art. All true virtue proceeds from the immediate and intuitive knowledge of the metaphysical identity of all beings, which I have frequently shown, especially in section 22 of my prize essay on the foundation of morals. But just on this account it is not the result of a special pre‐eminence of intellect. On the contrary, even the weakest intellect is sufficient to see through the principium individuationis, which is what is required in this matter. Accordingly, we may find the most excellent character even in the case of a very weak understanding. And further, the excitement of our sympathy is accompanied by no exertion of our intellect. It rather appears that the requisite penetration of the principium individuationis would be present in every one if it were not that the will opposes this, and by virtue of its immediate mysterious and despotic influence upon the intellect generally prevents it from arising. so that ultimately all guilt falls back upon the will, as indeed is in conformity with the fact. The doctrine of metempsychosis touched on above deviates from the truth merely through the circumstance that it transfers to the future what already is now. It makes my true inner nature exist in others only after my death, while, according to the truth, it already lives in them now, and death merely removes the illusion on account of which I am not aware of this, just as an innumerable host of stars constantly shine above our heads, but only become visible to us when the one sun near the earth has set. From this point of view, my individual existence, however much, like that sun, it may outshine everything, appears ultimately only as a hindrance which stands between me and the knowledge of the true extent of my being. And because every individual in his knowledge is subject to this hindrance, it is just individuation that keeps the will to live in error as to its own nature. It is the Maya of Brahmanism. Death is a refutation of this error, and abolishes it. I believe that at the moment of death we become conscious that it is a mere illusion that has limited our existence to our person. Indeed, empirical traces of this may be found in several states which are related to death by the abolition of the concentration of consciousness in the brain, among which the magnetic sleep is the most prominent. For in it, if it reaches a high degree, our existence shows itself through various symptoms, beyond our persons and in other beings, most strikingly by direct participation in the thoughts of another individual, and ultimately even by the power of knowing the absent, the distant, and even the future, thus by a kind of omnipresence. Upon this metaphysical identity of the will as the thing in itself, in the infinite multiplicity of its phenomena, three principal phenomena depend, which may be included under the common name of sympathies. Number one, sympathy proper, which, as I have shown, is the basis of justice and benevolence, caritas. Number two, sexual love, with capricious selection, amor, which is the life of the species, that asserts its precedence over that of the individual. Number three, magic, to which animal magnetism and sympathetic cures also belong. Accordingly, sympathy may be defined as the empirical appearance of the metaphysical identity of the will, through the physical multiplicity of its phenomena, whereby a connection shows itself which is entirely different from that brought about by means of the forms of the phenomenon, which we comprehend under the principle of sufficient reason. End of chapter 47. Chapter 48, Part 1, of Supplements to the Fourth Book, from The World as Will and Idea, Volume 3, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Chapter 48, on the Doctrine of the Denial of the Will to Live, Part 1. Man has his existence and being either with his will, that is, his consent, or without this. In the latter case, an existence so embittered by manifold and insupportable sufferings would be a flagrant injustice. The ancients, especially the Stoics, also the Peripatetics and Academics, strove in vain to prove that virtue sufficed to make life happy. Experience cried out loudly against it. What really lay at the foundation of the efforts of these philosophers, although they were not distinctly conscious of it, was the assumed justice of the thing. Whoever was without guilt ought to be free from suffering, thus happy. But the serious and profound solution of the problem lies in the Christian doctrine that works do not justify. Accordingly, a man, even if he has practised all justice and benevolence, consequently the agathon, honestum, is yet not, as Cicero imagines, culpa omni carens, but el delito mayor del hombre es haber nacido, the greatest guilt of man is that he was born, as Calderon, illuminated by Christianity, has expressed it with far profounder knowledge than these wise men. Therefore that man comes into the world already tainted with guilt can appear absurd only to him who regards him as just then having arisen out of nothing and as the work of another. In consequence of this guilt, then, which must therefore have proceeded from his will, man remains rightly exposed to physical and mental suffering, even if he has practised all those virtues, thus is not happy. This follows from the eternal justice of which I have spoken in § 63 of the first volume. That, however, as St. Paul (Rom. 3:21), Augustine, and Luther teach, works cannot justify, inasmuch as we all are and remain essentially sinners, ultimately rests upon the fact that because operari sequitur esse, if we acted as we ought, we would necessarily be as we ought. But then we would require no salvation from our present condition, which not only Christianity, but also Brahmanism and Buddhism, under the name which is expressed in English by final emancipation, present as the highest goal. That is, we would not need to become something quite different from, nay, the very opposite of what we are. Since, however, we are what we ought not to be, we also necessarily do what we ought not to do. Therefore we need a complete transformation of our mind and nature, that is, the new birth, as a result of which salvation appears. Although the guilt lies in action, operari, yet the root of the guilt lies in our essentia et existentia, for out of these the operari necessarily proceeds, as I have shown in the prize essay on the freedom of the will. Accordingly, our one true sin is really original sin. Now the Christian myth makes original sin first arise after man came into existence, and for this purpose ascribes to him, per impossibile, a free will. It does this, however, simply as myth. The inmost kernel and spirit of Christianity is identical with that of Brahmanism and Buddhism. They all teach a great guilt of the human race through its existence itself, only that Christianity does not proceed directly and frankly like these more ancient religions, thus does not make the guilt simply the result of existence itself, but makes it arise through the act of the first human pair. This was only possible under the fiction of a liberum arbitrium indifferentiæ, and only necessary on account of the Jewish fundamental dogma, in which that doctrine had here to be implanted. Because, according to the truth, the coming into existence of man himself is the act of his free will, and accordingly one with the fall, and therefore the original sin, of which all other sins are the result, appeared already with the essentia and existentia of man. But the fundamental dogma of Judaism did not admit of such an explanation. Thus Augustine taught in his books De Libero Arbitrio that only as Adam before the fall was man guiltless and possessed of a free will, but for ever after is involved in the necessity of sin. The law, ο νόμος, in the biblical sense, always demands that we shall change our doing, while our being remains unchanged. But because this is impossible, Paul says that no man is justified by the law. Only the new birth in Jesus Christ, in consequence of the work of grace, on account of which a new man arises and the old man is abolished, that is, a fundamental change of mind or conversion, can transfer us from the state of sinfulness into that of freedom and salvation. This is the Christian myth with reference to ethics. But certainly the Jewish theism, upon which it was grafted, must have received wonderful additions to adapt itself to that myth. In it the fable of the fall presented the only place for the graft of the old Indian stem. It is to be attributed just to that forcibly surmounted difficulty that the Christian mysteries have received such an extraordinary appearance, conflicting with the ordinary understanding, which makes proselytising more difficult, and on account of which, from incapacity to comprehend their profound meaning, Pelagianism, or at the present day rationalism, rises against them, and seeks to explain them away, but thereby reduces Christianity to Judaism. But to speak without myth, so long as our will is the same, our world can be no other than it is. It is true all wish to be delivered from the state of suffering and death; they would like, as it is expressed, to attain to eternal blessedness, to enter the kingdom of heaven, only not upon their own feet; they would like to be carried there by the course of nature. That, however, is impossible; therefore nature will never let us fall and become nothing, but yet it can lead us nowhere but always again into nature. Yet how questionable a thing it is to exist as a part of nature every one experiences in his own life and death. Accordingly, existence is certainly to be regarded as an erring, to return from which is salvation. It also bears this character throughout. It is therefore conceived in this manner by the ancient Samana religions, and also, although indirectly, by real and original Christianity. Even Judaism itself contains, at least in the fall, this its redeeming feature, the germ of such a view. Only Greek paganism and Islamism are entirely optimistic. Therefore in the former the opposite tendency had to find expression at least in tragedy. But in Islamism, which is the worst, as it is the most modern of all religions, it appeared as Sufism, that very beautiful phenomenon which is completely of Indian spirit and origin, and has now continued for upwards of 1,000 years. Nothing can, in fact, be given as the end of our existence but the knowledge that we had better not be. This, however, is the most important of all truths, which must therefore be expressed, however great the contrast in which it stands with the European manner of thought of the present day. On the other hand, in the whole of non‐Mohammedan Asia it is the most universally recognised fundamental truth, to‐day as much as 3,000 years ago. If now we consider the will to live as a whole and objectively, we have, in accordance with what has been said, to think of it as involved in an illusion, to escape from which, thus to deny its whole existing endeavour, is what all religions denote by self‐renunciation, abnegatio sui ipsius, for the true self is the will to live. The moral virtues, thus justice and benevolence, since if they are pure, they spring, as I have shown, from the fact that the will to live, seeing through the principium individuationis, recognises itself in all its manifestations, are accordingly primarily a sign, a symptom, that the self‐manifesting will is no longer firmly held in that illusion, but the disillusion already begins to take place, so that one might metaphorically say it already flaps its wings to fly away from it. Conversely, injustice, wickedness, cruelty are signs of the opposite, thus of the deep entanglement in that illusion. Secondly, however, these virtues are a means of advancing self‐renunciation, and accordingly the denial of the will to live. For true integrity, inviolable justice, this first and most important of cardinal virtues, is so hard a task that whoever professes it unconditionally and from the bottom of his heart has to make sacrifices that soon deprive life of the sweetness which is demanded to make it enjoyable, and thereby turn away the will from it, thus lead to resignation. Yet just what makes integrity honourable is the sacrifices which it costs. In trifles it is not admired. Its nature really consists in this, that the just man does not throw upon others by craft or force the burdens and sorrows which life brings with it, as the unjust man does, but bears himself what falls to his lot, and thus he has to bear the full burden of the evil imposed upon human life undiminished. Justice thereby becomes a means of advancing the denial of the will to live, for want and suffering, those true conditions of human life, are its consequence, and these lead to resignation. Still more quickly does the virtue of benevolence, caritas, which goes further, lead to the same result, for on account of it one takes over even the sufferings which originally fell to the lot of others, therefore appropriates to oneself a larger share of these than in the course of things would come to the particular individual. He who is inspired with this virtue has recognised his own being in all others, and thereby he identifies his own lot with that of humanity in general. But this is a hard lot, that of care, suffering, and death. Whoever then, by renouncing every accidental advantage, desires for himself no other lot than that of humanity in general, cannot desire even this long. The clinging to life and its pleasures must now soon yield, and give place to a universal renunciation. Consequently, the denial of the will take place. Since now, in accordance with this, poverty, privation, and special sufferings of many kinds are introduced simply by the perfect exercise of the moral virtues, asceticism in the narrowest sense, thus the surrender of all possessions, the intentional seeking out of what is disagreeable and repulsive, self‐mortification, fasts, the hair‐shirt and the scourge, all this is rejected by many, and perhaps rightly, as superfluous. Justice itself is the hair‐shirt that constantly harasses its owner, and the charity that gives away what is needed provides constant fasts. Just on this account Buddhism is free from all strict and excessive asceticism, which plays a large part in Brahmanism, thus from intentional self‐mortification. It rests satisfied with the celibacy, voluntary poverty, humility, and obedience of the monks, with abstention from animal food, as also from all worldliness. Since, further, the goal to which the moral virtues lead is that which is here pointed out, the Vedanta philosophy rightly says that after the entrance of true knowledge, with entire resignation in its train, thus the new birth, then the morality or immorality of the past life is a matter of indifference, and uses here also the saying so often quoted by the Brahmins: "Finditur nodus cordis, dissolvuntur omnes dubitationes, eiusque opera evanescunt, viso supremo illo." Sankara, Shloka 32. Now, however objectionable this view may be to many, to whom a reward in heaven or a punishment in hell is a much more satisfactory explanation of the ethical significance of human action, just as the good Windishmann rejects that doctrine while he expounds it, yet whoever is able to go to the bottom of the matter will find that in the end it agrees with that Christian doctrine especially urged by Luther, that it is not works, but only the faith which enters through the work of grace that saves us, and that therefore we can never be justified by our deeds, but can only obtain the forgiveness of our sins through the merits of the mediator. It is indeed easy to see that without such assumptions Christianity would have to teach infinite punishment for all, and Brahmanism endless rebirths for all, thus no salvation would be reached by either. The sinful works and their consequences must be annulled and annihilated, whether by extraneous pardon or by the entrance of a better knowledge. Otherwise the world could hope for no salvation. Afterwards, however, they become a matter of indifference. This is also the μετανοια kai aphesis amartion, the announcement of which the risen Christ exclusively imposes upon his apostles as the sum of their mission. Luke 24:47. The moral virtues are really not the ultimate end, but only a step towards it. This step is signified in the Christian myth by the eating of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, with which moral responsibility enters, together with original sin. The latter itself is in truth the assertion of the will to live. The denial of the will to live, in consequence of the appearance of a better knowledge, is, on the other hand, salvation. Between these two, then, lies the sphere of morality. It accompanies man as a light upon his path from the assertion to the denial of the will, or, mythically, from original sin to salvation through faith in the mediation of the incarnate God, Avatar, or, according to the teaching of the Vedas, through all rebirths, which are the consequence of the works in each case, until right knowledge appears, and with it salvation, final emancipation, moksha, i.e., reunion with Brahma. The Buddhists, however, with perfect honesty, only indicate the matter negatively by nirvana, which is the negation of this world, or of samsara. If nirvana is defined as nothing, this only means that the samsara contains no single element which could assist the definition or construction of nirvana. Just on this account, the Jainas, who differ from the Buddhists only in name, call the Brahmans who believe in the Vedas Sabdapramans, a nickname which is meant to signify that they believe upon hearsay what cannot be known or proved. Asiatic Researches, Vol. 6, p. 474. When certain ancient philosophers, such as Orpheus, the Pythagoreans, and Plato, for example, in the Phaedo, pp. 151, 183, and following, and see Clement of Alexandria, 3, p. 400, and following, just like the Apostle Paul, lament the union of soul and body, and desire to be freed from it, we understand the real and true meaning of this complaint, since we have recognised in the second book that the body is the will itself, objectively perceived as a phenomenon in space. In the hour of death it is decided whether the man returns into the womb of nature or belongs no more to nature at all, but blank. For this opposite we lack image, conception, and word. just because these are all taken from the objectification of the will, therefore belong to this, and consequently can in no way express the absolute opposite of it, which accordingly remains for us a mere negation. However, the death of the individual is in each case the unweariedly repeated question of nature to the will to live: hast thou enough? Wilt thou escape from me? In order that it may occur often enough, the individual life is so short. In this spirit are conceived the ceremonies, prayers, and exhortations of the Brahmans at the time of death, as we find them preserved in the Upanishad in several places. And so also are the Christian provisions for the suitable employment of the hour of death by means of exhortation, confession, communion, and extreme unction. Hence also the Christian prayers for deliverance from sudden death. That at the present day it is just this that many desire only proves that they no longer stand at the Christian point of view, which is that of the denial of the will to live, but at that of its assertion, which is the heathen point of view. But he will fear least to become nothing in death who has recognised that he is already nothing now, and who consequently no longer takes any share in his individual phenomenon, because in him knowledge has, as it were, burnt up and consumed the will, so that no will, thus no desire for individual existence, remains in him any more. Individuality inheres indeed primarily in the intellect. And the intellect, reflecting the phenomenon, belongs to the phenomenon, which has the principium individuationis as its form. But it inheres also in the will, inasmuch as the character is individual, yet the character itself is abolished in the denial of the will. Thus individuality inheres in the will only in its assertion, not in its denial. Even the holiness which is connected with every purely moral action depends upon the fact that such an action ultimately springs from the immediate knowledge of the numerical identity of the inner nature of all living things. But this identity only really exists in the condition of the denial of the will, nirvana, for the assertion of the will, samsara, has for its form the phenomenal appearance of it in multiplicity. Assertion of the will to live, the phenomenal world, the diversity of all beings, individuality, egoism, hatred, wickedness, all spring from one root. And so also, on the other hand, do the world as thing in itself, the identity of all beings, justice, benevolence, the denial of the will to live. If now, as I have sufficiently proved, even the moral virtues spring from the consciousness of that identity of all beings, but this lies not in the phenomenon, but only in the thing in itself, in the root of all beings, the moral action is a momentary passing through the point, the permanent return to which is the denial of the will to live. It follows, as a deduction from what has been said, that we have no ground to assume that there are more perfect intelligences than that of human beings, for we see that even this degree of intelligence is sufficient to impart to the will that knowledge, in consequence of which it denies and abolishes itself, upon which the individuality, and consequently the intelligence, which is merely a tool of individual, and therefore animal nature, perish. This will appear to us less open to objection if we consider that we cannot conceive even the most perfect intelligences possible, which for this end we may experimentally assume, existing through an endless time, which would be much too poor to afford them constantly new objects worthy of them. Because the nature of all things is at bottom one, all knowledge of them is necessarily tautological. If now this nature once becomes comprehended, as by those most perfect intelligences it soon would be comprehended, what would then remain but the wearisomeness of mere repetition through an infinite time? Thus from this side also we are pointed to the fact that the end of all intelligence can only be reaction upon the will. Since, however, all willing is an error, it remains the last work of intelligence to abolish the willing, whose ends it had hitherto served. Accordingly, even the most perfect intelligence possible can only be a transition step to that to which no knowledge can ever extend. Indeed, such an intelligence can, in the nature of things, only assume the position of the moment of the attainment of perfect insight. End of chapter 48, part 1. Chapter 48, part 2, of Supplements to the Fourth Book, From the World as Will and Idea, Volume 3, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Chapter 48. On the Doctrine of the Denial of the Will to Live, Part 2. In agreement with all these considerations, and also with what is proved in the second book as to the origin of knowledge in the will, the assertion of which it reflects in fulfilling the sole function of knowledge, that of being serviceable to the ends of the will, while true salvation lies in its denial, we see all religions at their highest point pass over into mysticism and mysteries, that is, into darkness and veiled obscurity, which for knowledge signify merely an empty spot, the point where knowledge necessarily ceases. Therefore, for thought this can only be expressed by negations, but for sense perception it is indicated by symbolical signs; in temples by dim light and silence; in Brahmanism, indeed, by the required suspension of all thought and perception for the sake of sinking oneself profoundly in the grounds of one's own being, mentally pronouncing the mysterious Om. Mysticism in the widest sense is every guidance to the immediate consciousness of that to which neither perception nor conception, thus in general no knowledge extends. The mystic is thus opposed to the philosopher by the fact that he begins from within, while the philosopher begins from without. The mystic starts from his inner, positive, individual experience, in which he finds himself to be the eternal and only being, &c. But nothing of this is communicable except the assertions which one has to accept upon his word; consequently he cannot convince. The philosopher, on the other hand, starts from what is common to all, from the objective phenomenon which lies before all, and from the facts of consciousness as they are present in all. His method is therefore reflection upon all this, and combination of the data given in it; accordingly he can convince. He ought therefore to beware of falling into the way of the mystics, and, for example, by the assertion of intellectual intuitions or pretended immediate apprehensions of the reason, to seek to make a vain show of positive knowledge of that which is for ever inaccessible to all knowledge, or at the most can be indicated by means of a negation. The value and worth of philosophy lies in the fact that it rejects all assumptions which cannot be established, and takes as its data only what can be certainly proved in the world given in external perception, in the forms of apprehension of this world, which are constitutive of our intellect, and in the consciousness of one's own self, which is common to all. Therefore it must remain cosmology, and cannot become theology. Its theme must limit itself to the world, to express in all aspects what this is, what it is in its inmost nature, is all that it can honestly achieve. Now it answers to this that my system, when it reaches its highest point, assumes a negative character, thus ends with a negation. It can here speak only of what is denied, given up; but what is thereby won, what is laid hold of, it is obliged at the conclusion of the fourth book to denote as nothing, and can only add the consolation that it is merely a relative, not an absolute nothing. For if something is none of all the things which we know, it is certainly for us, speaking generally, nothing. But it does not yet follow from this that it is absolutely nothing, that from every possible point of view and in every possible sense it must be nothing, but only that we are limited to a completely negative knowledge of it, which may very well lie in the limitation of our point of view. Now, it is just here that the mystic proceeds positively, and therefore it is just from this point that nothing but mysticism remains. However, any one who wishes this kind of supplement to the negative knowledge to which alone philosophy can guide him, will find it in its most beautiful and richest form in the Upnekhat, then also in the Æneids of Plotinus, in Scotus Erigena, in passages of Jacob Böhm, but especially in the marvellous work of Madame de Guion, Le Torrent, and in Angelus Silesius; finally also in the poems of the Sufis, of which Toluck has given us a collection translated into Latin, and another translated into German, and in many other works. The Sufis are the Gnostics of Islam. Hence Sadi denotes them by a word which may be translated full of insight. Theism, calculated with reference to the capacity of the multitude, places the source of existence without us, as an object. All mysticism, and so also Sufism, according to the various degrees of its initiation, draws it gradually back within us, as the subject, and the adept recognises at last with wonder and delight that he is it himself. This procedure, common to all mysticism, we find not only expressed by Meister Eckhart, the father of German mysticism, in the form of a precept for the perfect ascetic, that he seek not God outside himself. Eckhart's Works, edited by Pfeiffer, Vol. I, p. 626, but also very naively exhibited by Eckhart's spiritual daughter, who sought him out, when she had experienced that conversion in herself, to cry out joyfully to him, "Sir, rejoice with me, I have become God." P. 465. The mysticism of the Sufis also expresses itself throughout precisely in accordance with this spirit, principally as a revelling in the consciousness that one is oneself the kernel of the world and the source of all existence, to which all returns. Certainly there also often appears the call to surrender all volition as the only way in which deliverance from individual existence and its suffering is possible, yet subordinated and required as something easy. In the mysticism of the Hindus, on the other hand, the latter side comes out much more strongly. And in Christian mysticism it is quite predominant, so that pantheistic consciousness, which is essential to all mysticism, here only appears in a secondary manner, in consequence of the surrender of all volition as union with God. Corresponding to this difference of the conception, Mohammedan mysticism has a very serene character, Christian mysticism a gloomy and melancholy character, while that of the Hindus, standing above both, in this respect also holds the mean. Quietism, that is, surrender of all volition, asceticism, that is, intentional mortification of one's own will, and mysticism, that is, consciousness of the identity of one's own nature with that of all things or with the kernel of the world, stand in the closest connection, so that whoever professes one of them is gradually led to accept the others, even against his intention. Nothing can be more surprising than the agreement with each other of the writers who present these doctrines, notwithstanding the greatest difference of their age, country, and religion, accompanied by the firm certainty and inward confidence with which they set forth the permanence of their inner experience. They do not constitute a sect, which adheres to, defends, and propagates a favourite dogma once laid hold of. Indeed, the Indian, Christian, and Mohammedan mystics, quietists, and ascetics are different in every respect, except the inner significance and spirit of their teaching. A very striking example of this is afforded by the comparison of the Torrent of Madame de Guion with the teaching of the Vedas, especially with the passage in the Upnekhat, Vol. I, p. 63, which contains the content of that French work in the briefest form, but accurately and even with the same images, and yet could not possibly have been known to Madame de Guion in 1680. In the Deutschen Theologie, the only unmutilated edition, Stuttgart, 1851, it is said in chapters 2 and 3 that both the fall of the devil and that of Adam consisted in the fact that the one, as the other, ascribed to himself the I and me, the mine and to me, and on page 89 it is said, "In true love there remains neither I nor me, mine, to me, thou, thine, and the like." Now, corresponding to this, it is said in the Kural, from the Tamilian by Grau, p. 8, "The passion of the mine, directed outwardly, and that of the I, directed inwardly, cease." Compare verse 346. And in the Manual of Buddhism by Spence Hardy, p. 258, Buddha says, "My disciples reject the thoughts I am this, or this is mine." In general, if we look away from the forms which are introduced by external circumstances and go to the bottom of the matter, we will find that Sakyamuni and Meister Eckhart teach the same, only that the former dared to express his thoughts directly, while the latter is obliged to clothe them in the garments of the Christian myth, and adapt his expressions to this. He carries this, however, so far that with him the Christian myth has become little more than a symbolical language, just as the Hellenic myth became for the Neoplatonists. He takes it throughout allegorically. In the same respect it is worth noticing that the transition of St. Francis from prosperity to the mendicant life is similar to the still greater step of Buddha Sakyamuni from prince to beggar, and that, corresponding to this, the life of St. Francis, and also the order he founded, was just a kind of Sannyasism. Indeed, it deserves to be mentioned that his relationship with the Indian spirit appears also in his great love for the brutes and frequent intercourse with them, when he always calls them his sisters and brothers. And his beautiful Cantico also bears witness to his inborn Indian spirit by the praise of the sun, the moon, the stars, the wind, the water, the fire, and the earth. Even the Christian quietists must often have had little or no knowledge of each other. For example, Molinos and Madame de Guion of Tauler and the Deutsche Theologie, or Gichtel of the former. In any case, the great difference of their culture, in that some of them, like Molinos, were learned, others, like Gichtel and many more, were the reverse, has no essential influence upon their teaching. Their great internal agreement, along with the firmness and certainty of their utterances, proves all the more that they speak from real inward experience, from an experience which certainly is not accessible to all, but is possessed only by a few favoured individuals, and therefore has received the name of the work of grace, the reality of which, however, for the above reasons, is not to be doubted. But in order to understand all this, one must read the mystics themselves, and not be contented with second‐hand reports of them; for every one must himself be comprehended before one judges concerning him. Thus, to become acquainted with quietism, I specially recommend Meister Eckhart, the Deutsche Theologie, Tauler, Madame de Guion, Antoinette Bourignon, the English Bunyan, Molinos, and Gichtel. In the same way, as practical proofs and examples of the profound seriousness of asceticism, the life of Pascal, edited by Reuchlin, together with his history of the Port-Royal, and also the Histoire de Sainte Elisabeth, par le Comte de Montalembert, and La Vie de Rancé, par Chateaubriand, are very well worth reading, but yet by no means exhaust all that is important in this class. Whoever has read such writings, and compared their spirit with that of asceticism and quietism, as it runs through all works of Brahmanism and Buddhism, and speaks in every page, will admit that every philosophy, which must in consistency reject that whole mode of thought, which it can only do by explaining the representatives of it to be either impostors or madmen, must just on this account necessarily be false. But all European systems, with the exception of mine, find themselves in this position. Truly it must be an extraordinary madness which, under the most widely different circumstances and persons possible, spoke with such agreement, and, moreover, was raised to the position of a chief doctrine of their religion by the most ancient and numerous peoples of the earth, something like 3/4 of all the inhabitants of Asia. But no philosophy can leave the theme of quietism and asceticism undecided if the question is proposed to it, because this theme is, in its matter, identical with that of all metaphysics and ethics. Here, then, is a point upon which I expect and desire that every philosophy with its optimism should declare itself. And if, in the judgment of contemporaries, the paradoxical and unexampled agreement of my philosophy with quietism and asceticism appears as an open stumbling‐block, I, on the contrary, see just in that agreement a proof of its sole correctness and truth, and also a ground of explanation of why it is ignored and kept secret by the Protestant universities. For not only the religions of the East, but also true Christianity, has throughout that ascetic fundamental character which my philosophy explains as the denial of the will to live, although Protestantism, especially in its present form, seeks to conceal this. Yet even the open enemies of Christianity, who have appeared in the most recent times, have ascribed to it the doctrines of renunciation, self‐denial, perfect chastity, and, in general, mortification of the will, which they quite correctly denote by the name of the anti‐cosmic tendency, and have fully proved that such doctrines are essentially proper to original and genuine Christianity. In this they are undeniably right. But that they set up this as an evident and patent reproach to Christianity, while just here lies its profoundest truth, its high value, and its sublime character, this shows an obscuring of the mind, which can only be explained by the fact that these men's minds, unfortunately like thousands more at the present day in Germany, are completely spoiled and distorted by the miserable Hegelism, that school of dulness, that centre of misunderstanding and ignorance, that mind‐destroying, spurious wisdom, which now at last begins to be recognised as such, and the veneration of which will soon be left to the Danish Academy, in whose eyes even that gross charlatan is a summus philosophus, for whom it takes the field. Car ils suivront la créance et testude de l'ignorant et sotte multitude, dont le plus lourd sera resa pour juge. Rabelais. In any case, the ascetic tendency is unmistakable in the genuine and original Christianity as it developed in the writings of the Church Fathers from its kernel in the New Testament. It is the summit towards which all strives upwards. As its chief doctrine we find the recommendation of genuine and pure celibacy, this first and most important step in the denial of the will to live, which is already expressed in the New Testament. Strauss also, in his Life of Jesus, Vol. I, p. 618 of the first edition, says, with reference to the recommendation of celibacy given in Matthew 19:11 and following, that the doctrine of Jesus may not run counter to the ideas of the present day, men have hastened to introduce surreptitiously the thought that Jesus only praised celibacy with reference to the circumstances of the time, and in order to leave the activity of the apostles unfettered. But there is even less indication of this in the context than in the kindred passage, 1 Corinthians 7:25 and following. But we have here again one of the places where ascetic principles, such as prevailed among the Essenes, and probably still more widely among the Jews, appear in the teaching of Jesus also. This ascetic tendency appears more decidedly later than at the beginning, when Christianity, still seeking adherents, dared not pitch its demands too high, and by the beginning of the third century it is expressly urged. Marriage, in genuine Christianity, is merely a compromise with the sinful nature of man, as a concession, something allowed to those who lack strength to aspire to the highest, an expedient to avoid greater evil. In this sense it receives the sanction of the Church in order that the bond may be indissoluble. But celibacy and virginity are set up as the higher consecration of Christianity through which one enters the ranks of the elect. Through these alone does one attain the victor's crown, which even at the present day is signified by the wreath upon the coffin of the unmarried, and also by that which the bride lays aside on the day of her marriage. A piece of evidence upon this point, which certainly comes to us from the primitive times of Christianity, is the pregnant answer of the Lord, quoted by Clemens Alexandrinus, Stromata 3, 6, and 9, from the Gospel of the Egyptians. Ti Salomi ukurios puntha nomini mechri pote thanatos iskuse mechris an epen umes aigunaikes tiktete. That is, Salome interroganti quousque vigebit mors dominus quadlusque inguit vos mulieres paritis, tut esti mechris an ai epithumiae energosi. That is, hoc est quam diu operabuntur cupiditates, adds Clement, chapter 9, with which he at once connects the famous passage, Romans 5:12. Further on, chapter 13, he quotes the words of Cassianus: "Puntha nominis tis Salomis pote gnos physetai taperi on ireto, effi o curias, otan tis aiscuns enduma patisete, kai otan genitai ta duo en, kai to aren meta tis phileas, ute aren ute philu." That is, cum interrogaret Salome, quando cognoscentur ea, de quibus interrogabat, ait Dominus, quando pudoris indumentum conculcaveritis, et quando duo facto fuerint unum, et masculum nec faeminium. That is, when she no longer needs the veil of modesty, since all distinction of sex will have disappeared. End of chapter 48, part 2. Chapter 48, part 3. Of Supplements to the Fourth Book, from The World as Will and Idea, Volume 3, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Chapter 48. On the Doctrine of the Denial of the Will to Live, part 3. With regard to this point the heretics have certainly gone furthest. Even in the 2nd century the Tatianites or the Encratites, the Gnostics, the Marcionites, the Montanists, Valentinians, and Cassians, yet only because with reckless consistency they gave honour to the truth, and therefore, in accordance with the spirit of Christianity, they taught perfect continence, while the Church prudently declared to be heresy all that ran counter to its far-seeing policy. Augustine says of the Tatianites, nuptias damnant, atque omnino pares eas fornicationibus aliisque corruptionibus faciunt, nec recipiunt in suum numerum conjugio utentem, sive marem, sive feminam, non vescunlur carnibus, easque abominantur. De hæresi ad quod vult Deum. 25. But even the orthodox fathers look upon marriage in the light indicated above, and zealously preach entire continence, the agneia. Athanasius gives as the cause of marriage, oti upopiptontes es men tu propatoros katadiki pedi o proigumenas skapas tu theouin tomidia gamu genesthai imas kaiphathoras, ide parabasis tis entoris tu gamon esigagen dia to annuisai ton Adam, that is, quia sub iacemus condemnationi propatoris nostri nam finis adeo prilatus erat, nos non per nuptias et corruptionem fieri, sed transgressio mandati nuptias introduxit, propter legis violationem adi. Expositions in the Psalms, 50. Tertullian calls marriage genus mali inferioris, ex indulgentia ortum, de pudicitia, chapter 16, and says matrimonium et stuprum est commixtio carnis, scilicet cuius concupiscentiam dominus stupro adiquavit, ergo inguis iam et primas id est unas nuptias destruis, nec immerito quoniam et ipsi ex eo constant, quad est stuprum. Indeed, Augustine himself commits himself entirely to this doctrine in all its results, for he says, novi quosdam qui murmurant, quid si inquiunt, omnes velint ab omni concubitu abstinere, unde subsistet genus humanum, utinam omnes hoc velent, dum taxat in caritate, de corde puro et conscientia bona, et fide non ficta, multo, citius Dei civitas compleretur, et accelet ut acceleraretur terminus mundi, de bono coniugali, chapter 10. And again, non vos ab hoc studio, quum multos ad imitandum vos excitatis, frangat querela vanorum, qui dicunt, quomodo subsistet genus humanum, si omnes fuerint continentes, quasi propter aliud retardetur hoc seculum, nisi ut impleatur predestinatus numerus ille sanctorum, quo citius impleto profecto nec terminus seculi differetur. De bono individuitatis, chapter 23. One sees at once that he identifies salvation with the end of the world. The other passages in the works of Augustine which bear on this point will be found collected in the Confessio Augustiniana di Augustini, operibus compilata a Hieronymo Torrense, 1610, under the headings De Matrimonio, De Celibato, etc. And any one may convince himself from these that in ancient genuine Christianity marriage was only a concession, which, besides this, was supposed to have only the begetting of children as its end; that, on the other hand, perfect continence was the true virtue far to be preferred to this. To those, however, who do not wish to go back to the authorities themselves, I recommend two works for the purpose of removing any kind of doubt as to the tendency of Christianity we are speaking about: Carove über das Cölibatgesetz, 1832, and Lint, De Cœlibatu Christianorum per tria priora secula, Havnii, 1839. It is, however, by no means the views of these writers themselves to which I refer, for these are opposed to mine, but solely to their carefully collected accounts and quotations, which deserve full acceptance as quite trustworthy, just because both these writers are opponents of celibacy, the former a rationalistic Catholic, and the other a Protestant candidate in theology, who speaks exactly like one. In the first‐named work we find, vol. 1, p. 166, in that reference, the following result expressed: "In accordance with the Church view, as it may be read in canonical Church Fathers, in the synodal and papal instructions, and in innumerable writings of Orthodox Catholics, perpetual chastity is called a divine, heavenly, angelic virtue, and the obtaining of the assistance of divine grace for this end is made dependent upon earnest prayer. We have already shown that this Augustinian doctrine is by Canisius and in the decrees of the Council of Trent expressed as an unchanging belief of the Church. That, however, it has been retained as a dogma till the present day is sufficiently established by the June number, 1831, of the magazine Der Katholik. It is said there, p. 263, "In Catholicism the observance of a perpetual chastity for the sake of God appears as in itself the highest merit of man. The view that the observance of continual chastity as an end in itself sanctifies and exalts the man is, as every instructed Catholic is convinced, deeply rooted in Christianity, both as regards its spirit and its express precepts. The decrees of the Council of Trent have abolished all possible doubt on this point." It must at any rate be confessed by every unprejudiced person, not only that the doctrine expressed by Der Katholik is really Catholic, but also that the proofs adduced may be quite irrefutable for a Catholic reason, because they are drawn so directly from the ecclesiastical view taken by the Church of life and its destiny." It is further said in the same work, p. 270, "Although both Paul calls the forbidding to marry a false doctrine, and the still Judaistic author of the Epistle to the Hebrews enjoins that marriage shall be held in honour by all, and the bed kept undefiled, Hebrews 13:4, yet the main tendency of these two sacred writers is not on that account to be mistaken. Virginity is for both the perfect state, marriage only a make‐shift for the weak, and only as such to be held inviolable. The highest effort, on the other hand, was directed to complete material putting off of self. The self must turn and refrain from all that tends only to its own pleasure, and that only temporarily." Lastly, p. 288, "We agree with the Abbé Zaccaria, who asserts that celibacy, not the law of celibacy, is before everything to be deduced from the teaching of Christ and the Apostle Paul." What is opposed to this specially Christian view is everywhere and always merely the Old Testament, with its παντα καλα λιαν. This appears with peculiar distinctness from that important third book of the Stromata of Clement, where, arguing against the encratistic heretics mentioned above, he constantly opposes to them only Judaism, with its optimistic history of creation, with which the world‐denying tendency of the New Testament is certainly in contradiction. But the connection of the New Testament with the Old is at bottom only external, accidental, and forced, and the one point at which Christian doctrine can link itself on to the latter is only to be found, as has been said, in the story of the Fall. which, moreover, stands quite isolated in the Old Testament, and is made no further use of. But, in accordance with the account in the Gospels, it is just the orthodox adherents of the Old Testament who bring about the crucifixion of the founder of Christianity, because they find his teaching in conflict with their own. In the said third book of the Stromata of Clement, the antagonism between optimism with theism on the one hand, and pessimism with ascetic morality on the other, comes out with surprising distinctness. This book is directed against the Gnostics, who just taught pessimism and asceticism, that is, εγκρατεια, abstinence of every kind, but especially from all sexual satisfaction, on account of which Clement censures them vigorously. But at the same time it becomes apparent that even the spirit of the Old Testament stands in this antagonism with that of the New Testament. For apart from the fall, which appears in the Old Testament like an hors d'œuvre, the spirit of the Old Testament is diametrically opposed to that of the New Testament, the former optimistic, the latter pessimistic. Clement himself brings this contradiction out prominently at the end of the 11th chapter. Prosapo te nomenon, ton Paulon to Christi, although he will not allow that it is a real contradiction, but explains it as only apparent, like a good Jew as he is. In general, it is interesting to see how with Clement the New and Old Testaments get mixed up together, and he strives to reconcile them, yet for the most part drives out the New Testament with the Old. Just at the beginning of the third chapter he objects to the Marcionites that they find fault with the creation, after the example of Plato and Pythagoras. For Marcion teaches that nature is bad, made out of bad materials, ψουσις κακη, ἐκτε ὑλης κακης. Therefore one ought not to people this world, but to abstain from marriage. Μη βουλεμένοι τον κοσμον συμπληρουν απεκεσθαι γάμου. Now Clement, to whom in general the Old Testament is much more congenial and convincing than the New, takes this very much amiss. He sees in it their flagrant ingratitude too, and enmity and rebellion against him who has made the world, the just Demiurgus, whose work they themselves are, and yet despise the use of his creatures in impious rebellion, forsaking the natural opinion. Antitassomενοι to ποίητη το σφον, εγκρατές τι προς τον πεποικότα εχθρά, μη βουλόμενοι Χριστοι τοis, ουπ αύτου Χριστφεσιν ασεβε θεομαχία τον κατά ψουσιν εκοτάντες λογισμoi. At the same time, in his holy zeal, he will not allow the Marcionites even the honour of originality, but, armed with his well‐known erudition, he brings it against them, and supports his case with the most beautiful quotations that even the ancient philosophers, that Heraclitus and Empedocles, Pythagoras and Plato, Orpheus and Pindar, Herodotus and Euripides, and also the Sibyls, lamented deeply the wretched nature of the world, thus taught pessimism. Now in this learned enthusiasm he does not observe that in this way he is just giving the Marcionites water for their mill, for he shows that all the wisest of all the ages have taught and sung what they do. But confidently and boldly he quotes the most decided and energetic utterances of the ancients in this sense. Certainly they cannot lead him astray. Wise men may mourn the sadness of existence. Poets may pour out the most affecting lamentations about it. Nature and experience may cry out as loudly as they will against optimism. All this does not touch our Church Father. He holds his Jewish revelation in his hand and remains confident. The Demiurgus made the world. From this it is a priori certain that it is excellent, and it may look as it likes. The same thing then takes place with regard to the second point, the εκρατεια, through which, according to his view, the Marcionites show their ingratitude towards the Demiurgus, ακαρίσσειν το δημιουργο, and the perversity with which they put from them all his gifts, δι αντιτάζειν προς τον δημιουργον, την κρίσιν των κοσμικων παραιτούμενοι. Here now the tragic poets have preceded the Encratites to the prejudice of their originality, and have said the same things. For since they also lament the infinite misery of existence, they have added that it is better to bring no children into such a world, which he now again supports with the most beautiful passages, and at the same time accuses the Pythagoreans of having renounced sexual pleasure on this ground. But all this touches him not. He sticks to his principle that all these sin against the Demiurgus, and that they teach that one ought not to marry, ought not to beget children, ought not to bring new miserable beings into the world, ought not to provide new food for death. Εγκρατέας ασεβούσι εστε την κρίσιν, kai ton agion δημιουργον, ton pantokratora monon theon, kai didασκούσι μηδέιν παραδεκέσθαι γάμον, kai paidopoian μηδε, antesagên to κόσμο δυστυχισόνtas ετέρους, μηδε επικόρυγεν πanato trophin. Chapter 6. Since the learned Church Father thus denounces εγκρατεια, he seems to have had no presentiment that just after his time the celibacy of the Christian priesthood would be more and more introduced, and finally, in the 11th century, raised to the position of a law, because it is in keeping with the spirit of the New Testament. It is just this spirit which the Gnostics have grasped most profoundly and understood better than our Church Father, who is more Jew than Christian. The conception of the Gnostics comes out very clearly at the beginning of the 9th chapter, where the following passage is quoted from the Gospel of the Egyptians. Autos epen o sotir, ilthon katalusai ta erga tis phileas men tis epithumias, erga de genesin kai phthoran, that is, aiunt enim dixisse servatorem, veni ad dissolvendum opera feminae quidem cupiditatis, opera autem generationem et interitum, but quite specially at the end of the 13th and the beginning of the 14th chapter. The Church certainly was obliged to consider how to set a religion upon its legs that could also walk and stand in the world as it is, and among men. Therefore it declared these persons to be heretics. At the conclusion of the 7th chapter, our Church Father opposes Indian asceticism as bad to Christian Judaism, whereby the fundamental difference of the spirit of the two religions is clearly brought out. In Judaism and Christianity everything runs back to obedience or disobedience to the command of God. Upakoi kai parakoi, as befits us creatures, imin tois peplasmenois upo tistou pantokratoros buliseos, that is, nobis qui omnipotentis voluntate efficti sumus. Chapter 14. Then comes as a second duty πατρεουειν θεῳ ζωντι, to serve God, extol his works, and overflow with thankfulness. Certainly the matter has a very different aspect in Brahmanism and Buddhism, for in the latter all improvement and conversion, and the only deliverance we can hope for from this world of suffering, this samsara, proceeds from the knowledge of the four fundamental truths. 1. Dolor. 2. Doloris ortus. 3. Dolorus interitus. 4. Octopartita via ad doloris sedationem, from Dhammapadam, Faustbull edition, page 35 and 347. The explanation of these four truths will be found in Bournouf, Introduction à l'histoire du bouddhisme, page 629, and in all expositions of Buddhism. In truth, Judaism, with its Pantakala Lian, is not related to Christianity as regards its spirit and ethical tendency, but Brahmanism and Buddhism are. But the spirit and ethical tendency are what is essential in a religion, not the myths in which these are clothed. I therefore cannot give up the belief that the doctrines of Christianity can in some way be derived from these primitive religions. I have pointed out some traces of this in the second volume of the Parerga, section 179, second edition, section 180. I have to add to these that Epiphanias, Hæretic 18, relates that the first Jewish Christians of Jerusalem, who called themselves Nazarenes, refrained from all animal food. On account of this origin, or at least this agreement, Christianity belongs to the ancient, true, and sublime faith of mankind, which is opposed to the false, shallow, and injurious optimism which exhibits itself in Greek paganism, Judaism, and Islamism. The Zend religion holds to a certain extent the mean, because it has opposed to Ormuzd a pessimistic counterpoise in Ahriman. From this Zend religion the Jewish religion proceeded, as J. G. Rhode has thoroughly proved in his book, Die Heilige Sage des Zendvolks. From Ormuzd has come Jehovah, and from Ahriman Satan, who, however, plays only a very subordinate rôle in Judaism, indeed almost entirely disappears, whereby then optimism gains the upper hand, and there only remains the myth of the fall as a pessimistic element, which certainly, as the fable of Meschia and Meschiane, is derived from the Zend Avesta. Yet even this falls into oblivion, till it is again taken up by Christianity along with Satan. Ormuzd himself, however, is derived from Brahmanism, although from a lower region of it. He is no other than Indra, that subordinate god of the firmament and the atmosphere, who is represented as frequently in rivalry with men. This has been very clearly shown by J. J. Schmidt in his work on the relation of the Gnostic Theosophic doctrines to the religions of the East. This Indra, Ormuzd, Jehovah had afterwards to pass over into Christianity, because this religion arose in Judea. But on account of the cosmopolitan character of Christianity, he laid aside his own name to be denoted in the language of each converted nation by the appellation of the superhuman beings he supplanted, as Theos, Deus, which comes from the Sanskrit Deva, from which also devil comes; or among the Gothico-Germanic peoples by the word God, Gott, which comes from Odin, Woden, Gwodan, Godan. In the same way he assumed in Islamism, which also sprang from Judaism, the name of Allah, which also existed earlier in Arabia. Analogous to this, the gods of the Greek Olympus, when in prehistoric times they were transplanted to Italy, also assumed the names of the previously reigning gods. Hence among the Romans Zeus is called Jupiter, Hera Juno, Hermes Mercury, &c. In China the first difficulty of the missionaries arose from the fact that the Chinese language has no appellation of the kind, and also no word for creating; for the three religions of China know no gods either in the plural or in the singular. However the rest may be, that Pantakalalion of the Old Testament is really foreign to true Christianity. For in the New Testament the world is always spoken of as something to which one does not belong, which one does not love, nay, whose lord is the devil. This agrees with the ascetic spirit of the denial of oneself and the overcoming of the world, which, just like the boundless love of one's neighbour, even of one's enemy, is the fundamental characteristic which Christianity has in common with Brahmanism and Buddhism, and which proves their relationship. There is nothing in which one has to distinguish the kernel so carefully from the shell as in Christianity. Just because I prize this kernel highly, I sometimes treat the shell with little ceremony. It is, however, thicker than is generally supposed. Protestantism, since it has eliminated asceticism and its central point, the meritoriousness of celibacy, has already given up the inmost kernel of Christianity, and so far as to be regarded as a falling away from it. This has become apparent in our own day by the gradual transition of Protestantism into shallow rationalism, this modern Pelagianism, which ultimately degenerates into the doctrine of a loving Father who has made the world, in order that things may go on very pleasantly in it, in which case, then, he must certainly have failed; and who, if one only conforms to his will in certain respects, will also afterwards provide a still more beautiful world, with regard to which it is only a pity that it has such a fatal entrance. That may be a good religion for comfortable, married, and enlightened Protestant pastors, but it is no Christianity. Christianity is the doctrine of the deep guilt of the human race through its existence alone, and the longing of the heart for deliverance from it, which, however, can only be attained by the greatest sacrifices and by the denial of one's own self, thus by an entire reversal of human nature. Luther may have been perfectly right from the practical point of view, that is, with reference to the Church scandal of his time, which he wished to remove, but not so from the theoretical point of view. The more sublime a doctrine is, the more it is exposed to abuse at the hands of human nature, which on the whole is of a low and evil disposition. Hence the abuses of Catholicism are so much more numerous and so much greater than those of Protestantism. Thus, for example, monasticism, that methodical denial of the will practised in common for the sake of mutual encouragement, is an institution of a sublime description, which, however, for this very reason, is for the most part untrue to its spirit. The shocking abuses of the Church excited in the honest mind of Luther a lofty indignation; but in consequence of this he was led to desire to limit as much as possible the claims of Christianity itself, and for this end he first confined it to the words of the Bible. But then in his well‐meant zeal he went too far, for he attacked the very heart of Christianity in the ascetic principle. For after the withdrawal of the ascetic principle, the optimistic principle soon necessarily took its place. But in religions, as in philosophy, optimism is a fundamental error, which obstructs the path of all truth. From all this it seems to me that Catholicism is a shamefully abused, but Protestantism a degenerate Christianity; thus that Christianity in general has met the fate which befalls all that is noble, sublime, and great whenever it has to dwell among men. End of chapter 48, section 3. Chapter 48, part 4, of Supplements to the Fourth Book, from The World as Will and Idea, Volume 3, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Chapter 48, on the Doctrine of the Denial of the Will to Live, section 4. However, even in the very lap of Protestantism, the essentially ascetic and encratistic spirit of Christianity has made way for itself. And in this case it has appeared in a phenomenon which perhaps has never before been equalled in magnitude and definiteness: the highly remarkable sect of the Shakers in North America, founded by an Englishwoman, Anne Lee, in 1774. The adherents of this sect have already increased to 6,000, who are divided into 15 communities and inhabit a number of villages in the states of New York and Kentucky, especially in the district of New Lebanon, near Nassau village. The fundamental characteristic of their religious rule of life is celibacy, and entire abstention from all sexual satisfaction. It is unanimously admitted, even by the English and Americans who visit them, and who laugh and jeer at them in every other respect, that this rule is strictly and with perfect honesty observed, although brothers and sisters sometimes even occupy the same house, eat at the same table, nay, dance together in the religious services in church. For whoever has made that hardest of all sacrifices may dance before the Lord. He is a victor, he has overcome. Their singing in church consists in general of cheerful and partly even of merry songs. The church dance also, which follows the sermon, is accompanied by the singing of the rest. It is a lively dance, performed in measured time, and concludes with a galop, which is carried on till the dancers are exhausted. Between each dance one of their teachers cries aloud, "Think, that ye rejoice before the Lord for having slain your flesh, for this is here the only use we make of our refractory limbs." To celibacy most of the other conditions link themselves on of themselves. There are no families, and therefore there is no private property, but community of goods. All are clothed alike, in Quaker fashion, and with great neatness. They are industrious and diligent. Idleness is not endured. They have also the enviable rule that they are to avoid all unnecessary noise, such as shouting, door‐slamming, whip‐cracking, loud knocking, etc. Their rule of life has been thus expressed by one of them: "Lead a life of innocence and purity, love your neighbours as yourself, live at peace with all men, and refrain from war, bloodshed, and all violence against others, as well as from all striving after worldly honour and distinction. Give to each his own, and follow after holiness, without which no man can see the Lord. Do good to all so far as your opportunity and your power extends." They persuade no one to join them, but test those who present themselves by a novitiate of several years. Moreover, every one is free to leave them. Very rarely is any one expelled for misconduct. Adopted children are carefully educated, and only when they are grown up do they voluntarily join the sect. It is said that in the controversies of their ministers with Anglican clergy, the latter generally come off the worse, for the arguments consist of passages from the New Testament. Fuller accounts of them will be found particularly in Maxwell's Run through the United States, 1841, also in Benedict's History of All Religions, 1830, also in the Times, November 4th, 1837, and in the German magazine Columbus, May number, 1831. A German sect in America, very similar to them, who also live in strict celibacy and continence, are the Rappists. An account of them is given in F. Loher's "Geschichte und Zustande der Deutschen in Amerika," 1853. In Russia also the Raskolniks are a similar sect. The Gichtelians live also in strict chastity. But among the ancient Jews we already find a prototype of all these sects, the Essenes, of whom even Pliny gives an account, and who resembled the Shakers very much, not only in celibacy, but also in other respects; for example, in dancing during divine service, which leads to the opinion that the founder of the Shakers took the Essenes as a pattern. In the presence of such facts as these, how does Luther's assertion look? Ubi natura, quemadmodum ad Deo nobis incita est, fertur ac rapitur, fieri nullo modo potest, ut extra matrimonium cas vivitur. Although Christianity in essential respects taught only what all Asia knew long before, and even better, yet for Europe it was a new and great revelation, in consequence of which the spiritual tendency of the European nations was therefore entirely transformed, for it disclosed to them the metaphysical significance of existence, and therefore taught them to look away from the narrow, paltry, ephemeral life of earth, and to regard it no longer as an end in itself, but as a condition of suffering, guilt, trial, conflict, and purification, out of which, by means of moral achievements, difficult renunciation, and denial of oneself, one may rise to a better existence, which is inconceivable by us. It taught the great truth of the assertion and denial of the will to live in the clothing of allegory by saying that through Adam's fall the curse has come upon all, sin has come into the world, and guilt is inherited by all; but that, on the other hand, through the sacrificial death of Jesus all are reconciled, the world saved, guilt abolished, and justice satisfied. In order, however, to understand the truth itself that is contained in this myth, one must not regard men simply in time as beings independent of each other, but must comprehend the Platonic Idea of man, which is related to the series of men, as eternity in itself is related to eternity drawn out as time. Hence the eternal Idea man, extended in time to the series of men through the connecting bond of generation, appears again in time as a whole. If now we keep the Idea of man in view, we see that Adam's fall represents the finite, animal, sinful nature of man, in respect of which he is a finite being, exposed to sin, suffering, and death. On the other hand, the life, teaching, and death of Jesus Christ represent the eternal, supernatural side, the freedom, the salvation of man. Now every man, as such and potentia, is both Adam and Jesus, according as he comprehends himself, and his will thereupon determines him; in consequence of which he is then condemned and given over to death, or saved and attains to eternal life. Now these truths, both in their allegorical and in their real acceptation, were completely new as far as Greeks and Romans were concerned, who were still entirely absorbed in life, and did not seriously look beyond it. Let whoever doubts this see how Cicero (Cluentio, ch. 61) and Sallust (Catullus, ch. 47) speak of the state after death. The ancients, although far advanced in almost everything else, remained children with regard to the chief concern, and were surpassed in this even by the Druids, who at least taught metempsychosis. That one or two philosophers, like Pythagoras and Plato, thought otherwise, alters nothing as regards the whole. That great fundamental truth, then, which is contained in Christianity, as in Brahmanism and Buddhism, the need of deliverance from an existence which is given up to suffering and death, and the attainableness of this by the denial of the will, thus by a decided opposition to nature, is beyond all comparison the most important truth there can be. But at the same time it is entirely opposed to the natural tendency of the human race, and in its true grounds it is difficult to comprehend, as indeed all that can only be thought generally and in the abstract is inaccessible to the great majority of men. Therefore for these men there was everywhere required, in order to bring that great truth within the sphere of its practical application, a mythical vehicle for it, as it were a receptacle, without which it would be lost and dissipated. The truth had therefore everywhere to borrow the garb of the fable, and also constantly to endeavour to connect itself with what in each case was historically given, already familiar, and already revered. What sensu proprio remained, inaccessible to the great mass of mankind of all ages and lands, with their low tone of mind, their intellectual stupidity and general brutality, had for practical purposes to be brought home to them sensu allegorico, in order to become their guiding star. So, then, the religions mentioned above are to be regarded as the sacred vessels in which the great truth, known and expressed for several thousand years, indeed perhaps since the beginning of the human race, which yet in itself, for the great mass of mankind always remains a mystery, is, according to the measure of their powers, made accessible to them, preserved and transmitted through the centuries. Yet, because all that does not through and through consist of the imperishable material of pure truth is subject to destruction, whenever this fate befalls such a vessel through contact with a heterogeneous age, its sacred content must in some way be saved and preserved for mankind by another. But it is the task of philosophy, since it is one with pure truth, to present that content pure and unmixed, thus merely in abstract conceptions, and consequently without that vehicle for those who are capable of thinking, who are always an exceedingly small number. It is therefore related to religions as a straight line to several curves running near it, for it expresses sensu proprio, thus reaches directly what they show in veiled forms and reach by circuitous routes. If now, in order to illustrate what has just been said by an example, and also to follow a philosophical fashion of my time, I should wish perhaps to attempt to solve the profoundest mystery of Christianity, that of the Trinity, in the fundamental conception of my philosophy, this could be done, with the licence permitted in such interpretations, in the following manner. The Holy Ghost is the distinct denial of the will to live. The man in whom this exhibits itself in concreto is the Son. He is identical with the will which asserts life, and thereby produces the phenomenon of this perceptible world, that is, with the Father, because the assertion and denial are opposite acts of the same will, whose capability for both is the only true freedom. However, this is to be regarded as a mere lusus ingenii. Before I close this chapter, I wish to adduce a few proofs in support of what in § 68 of the first volume I denoted by the expression δευτυρος πλους, the bringing about of the denial of the will by one's own deeply felt suffering, thus not merely by the appropriation of the suffering of others and the knowledge of the vanity and wretchedness of our existence introduced by this. We can arrive at a comprehension of what goes on in the heart of a man in the case of an elevation of this kind and the accompanying purifying process, by considering what every emotional man experiences on beholding a tragedy, which is of kindred nature to this. In the third and fourth acts, perhaps such a man is distressed and disturbed by the ever more clouded and threatened happiness of the hero. But when, in the fifth act, this happiness is entirely wrecked and shattered, he experiences a certain elevation of the soul, which affords him an infinitely higher kind of pleasure than the sight of the happiness of the hero, however great it might be, could ever have given. Now this is the same thing in the weak water‐colours of sympathy which is able to raise a well‐known illusion, as that which takes place with the energy of reality in the feeling of our own fate, when it is heavy misfortune that drives the man at last into the haven of entire resignation. Upon this occurrence depend all those conversions which completely transform men such as are described in the text. I may give here in a few words the story of the conversion of the Abbé Rancé, as it is strikingly similar to that of Raymond Lully, which is told in the text, and besides this is memorable on account of its result. His youth was devoted to enjoyment and pleasure, Finally, he lived in a relation of passion with a Madame de Montbazon. One evening when he visited her, he found her room empty, in disorder and darkness. He struck something with his foot. It was her head, which had been severed from the trunk, because after her sudden death her corpse could not otherwise be got into the lead coffin that stood beside it. After overcoming an immense sorrow, Rancé now became in 1663 the reformer of the Order of the Trappists, which at that time had entirely relaxed the strictness of its rules. He joined this order, and through him it was led back to that terrible degree of renunciation which is still maintained at the present day at La Trappe, and as the methodically carried out denial of the will, aided by the severest renunciation and an incredibly hard and painful manner of life, fills the visitor with sacred awe after he has been touched at his reception by the humility of these genuine monks, who, emaciated by fasting, by cold, by night watches, prayers and penances, kneel before him, the worldling and the sinner, to implore his blessing. Of all orders of monks, this one alone has maintained itself in perfection in France through all changes, which is to be attributed to the profound earnestness which in it is unmistakable and excludes all secondary ends. It has remained untouched even by the decline of religion, because its root lies deeper in human nature than any positive system of belief. I have mentioned in the text that this great and rapid change of the inmost being of man which we are here considering, and which has hitherto been entirely neglected by philosophers, appears most frequently when, with full consciousness, he stands in the presence of a violent and certain death, thus in the case of executions. But in order to bring this process much more distinctly before our eyes, I regard it as by no means unbecoming to the dignity of philosophy to quote what has been said by some criminals before their execution, even at the risk of incurring the sneer that I encourage gallows sermons. I certainly rather believe that the gallows is a place of quite peculiar revelations, and a watch‐tower from which the man who even then retains his presence of mind obtains a wider, clearer outlook into eternity than most philosophers over the paragraphs of their rational psychology and theology. The following speech on the gallows was made on the 15th April 1837 at Gloucester by a man called Bartlett who had murdered his mother‐in‐law. Quote, "Englishmen and fellow‐countrymen, I have a few words to say to you, and they shall be but very few. Yet let me entreat you, one and all, that these few words that I shall utter may strike deep into your hearts. Bear them in your mind, not only now while you are witnessing this sad scene, but take them to your homes, take them and repeat them to your children and friends. I implore you as a dying man, one for whom the instrument of death is even now prepared, and these words are that you may loose yourselves from the love of this dying world and its vain pleasures. Think less of it and more of your God. Do this. Repent, repent, for be assured that without deep and true repentance, without turning to your heavenly Father, you will never attain nor can hold the slightest hope of ever reaching those bowers of bliss to which I trust I am now fast advancing." End quote. Times, 18th April, 1837. Still more remarkable are the last words of the well‐known murderer, Greenacre, who was executed in London on the 1st of May, 1837. The English newspaper The Post gives the following account, which is also reprinted in Galignani's Messenger of the 6th of May, 1837. Quote, "On the morning of his execution a gentleman advised him to put his trust in God, and pray for forgiveness through the mediation of Jesus Christ. Greenacre replied that forgiveness through the mediation of Christ was a matter of opinion. For his part, he believed that in the sight of the highest being a Mohammedan was as good as a Christian, and had just as much claim to salvation. Since his imprisonment he had had his attention directed to theological subjects, and he had become convinced that the gallows is a passport to heaven." End quote. The indifference displayed here towards positive religions is just what gives this utterance greater weight, for it shows that it is no fanatical delusion, but individual immediate knowledge that lies at its foundation. The following incident may also be mentioned which is given by Galignani's Messenger of the 15th August 1837 from the Limerick Chronicle. Quote, "Last Monday Maria Cooney was executed for the revolting murder of Mrs. Anderson. So deeply was this wretched woman impressed with the greatness of her crime that she kissed the rope which was put round her neck while she humbly implored the mercy of God." Lastly this. The Times of the 29th April 1845 gives several letters which Hocker, who was condemned for the murder of De la Rue, wrote the day before his execution. In one of these he says, "I am persuaded that unless the natural heart be broken, and renewed by divine mercy, however noble and amiable it may be deemed by the world, it can never think of eternity without inwardly shuddering." These are the outlooks into eternity referred to above, which are obtained from that watch‐tower; and I have had the less hesitation in giving them here, since Shakspeare also says, "Out of these convertites there is much matter to be heard and learned." As You Like It, last scene. Strauss, in his Life of Jesus, has proved that Christianity also ascribes to suffering as such the purifying and sanctifying power here set forth. Leben Jesu, Vol. 1, Chapter 6, §§ 72 and 74. He says that the Beatitudes in the Sermon on the Mount have a different sense in Luke (6:21) from that which they have in Matthew (5:3). For only the latter adds to πνευστι πνευματι to μακάριοι oi πτωχοι, and την δικαιοσύνην to παινόντες. Thus by him alone are the simple‐minded, the humble, etc. meant, while by Luke are meant the literally poor; so that here the contrast is that between present suffering and future happiness. With the Ebionites it is a capital principle that whoever takes his portion in this age gets nothing in the future, and conversely. Accordingly in Luke the blessings are followed by as many ουαι, woes, which are addressed to the rich, oi πλουσιοι, the full, oi εμπεπλησμένοι, and to them that laugh, ὁ γελῶντες, in the Ebionite spirit. In the same spirit, he says, p. 604, is the parable (Luke 16:19) of the rich man and Lazarus given, which nowhere mentions any fault of the former or any merit of the latter, and takes as the standard of the future recompense, not the good done or the wickedness practised, but the evil suffered here and the good things enjoyed in the Ebionite spirit. A like estimation of outward poverty, Strauss goes on, is also attributed to Jesus by the other synoptists (Matthew 19:16, Mark 10:17, Luke 18:18), in the story of the rich young man and the saying about the camel in the eye of a needle. If we go to the bottom of the matter, we will recognise that even in the most famous passages of the Sermon on the Mount there is contained an indirect injunction to voluntary poverty, and thereby to the denial of the will to live. For the precept, Matthew 5:40 and following, to consent unconditionally to all demands made upon us, to give our cloak also to him who will take away our coat, etc. Similarly, Matthew 6:25-34, the precept to cast aside all care for the future, even for the morrow, and so to live simply in the present, are rules of life the observance of which inevitably leads to absolute poverty, and which therefore just say in an indirect manner what Buddha directly commands his disciples, and has confirmed by his own example: throw everything away and become bhikkhu, i.e., beggars. This appears still more decidedly in the passage Matthew 10:9-15, where all possessions, even shoes and a staff, are forbidden to the Apostles, and they are directed to beg. These commands afterwards became the foundation of the mendicant order of St. Francis, Bonaventuræ, Vita St. Francisci, chapter 3. Hence then I say that the spirit of Christian ethics is identical with that of Brahmanism and Buddhism. In conformity with the whole view expounded here, Meister Eckhart also says (Works, vol. 1, p. 492), "The swiftest animal that bears thee to perfection is suffering." End of chapter 48. Chapter 49 of Supplements to the Fourth Book, from The World as Will and Idea, Volume 3, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Chapter 49. The Way of Salvation. There is only one inborn error, and that is that we exist in order to be happy. It is inborn in us because it is one with our existence itself, and our whole being is only a paraphrase of it, nay, our body is its monogram. We are nothing more than will to live, and the successive satisfaction of all our volitions is what we think in the conception of happiness. As long as we persist in this inborn error, indeed even become rigidly fixed in it through optimistic dogmas, the world appears to us full of contradictions. For at every step, in great things as in small, we must experience that the world and life are by no means arranged with a view to containing a happy existence. While now by this the thoughtless man only finds himself tormented in reality, in the case of him who thinks there is added to his real pain the theoretical perplexity why a world and a life which exist in order that one may be happy in them answer their ends so badly. First of all, it finds expression in pious ejaculations, such as "Ah! why are the tears on earth so many?" &c., &c. But in their train come disquieting doubts about the assumptions of those preconceived, optimistic dogmas. One may try if one will to throw the blame of one's individual unhappiness now upon the circumstances, now upon other men, now upon one's own bad luck, or even upon one's own awkwardness, and may know well how all these have worked together to produce it. But this in no way alters the result that one has missed the real end of life, which consists indeed in being happy. The consideration of this is then often very depressing, especially if life is already on the wane. Hence the countenances of almost all elderly persons wear the expression of that which in English is called disappointment. Besides this, however, hitherto every day of our life has taught us that joys and pleasures, even if attained, are in themselves delusive, do not perform what they promise, do not satisfy the heart, and finally their possession is at least embittered by the disagreeables that accompany them or spring from them, while, on the contrary, the pains and sorrows prove themselves very real and often exceed all expectation. Thus certainly everything in life is calculated to recall us from that original error, and to convince us that the end of our existence is not to be happy. Indeed, if we regard it more closely and without prejudice, life rather presents itself as specially intended to be such that we shall not feel ourselves happy in it, for through its whole nature it bears the character of something for which we have no taste, which must be endured by us, and from which we have to return as from an error, that our heart may be cured of the passionate desire of enjoyment, nay, of life, and turned away from the world. In this sense it would be more correct to place the end of life in our woe than in our welfare. For the considerations at the conclusion of the preceding chapter have shown that the more one suffers, the sooner one attains to the true end of life, and that the more happily one lives, the longer this is delayed. The conclusion of the last letter of Seneca corresponds with this: bonum tunc habebis tuum, quum intelliges infelicissimos esse felices, which certainly seems to show the influence of Christianity. The peculiar effect of the tragic drama also ultimately depends upon the fact that it shakes that inborn error by vividly presenting in a great and striking example the vanity of human effort and the nothingness of this whole existence, and thus discloses the profound significance of life. Hence it is recognised as the sublimest form of poetry. Whoever now has returned by one or other path from that error which dwells in us a priori, that πρωτου ψευδος of our existence, will soon see all in another light, and will now find the world in harmony with his insight, although not with his wishes. Misfortunes of every kind and magnitude, although they pain him, will no longer surprise him, for he has come to see that it is just pain and trouble that tend towards the true end of life, the turning away of the will from it. This will give him indeed a wonderful composedness in all that may happen, similar to that with which a sick person who undergoes a long and painful cure bears the pain of it as a sign of its efficacy. In the whole of human existence suffering expresses itself clearly enough as its true destiny. Life is deeply sunk in suffering, and cannot escape from it. Our entrance into it takes place amid tears, its course is at bottom always tragic, and its end still more so. There is an unmistakable appearance of intention in this. As a rule, man's destiny passes through his mind in a striking manner, at the very summit of his desires and efforts; and thus his life receives a tragic tendency, by virtue of which it is fitted to free him from the passionate desire of which every individual existence is an example, and bring him into such a condition that he parts with life without retaining a single desire for it and its pleasures. Suffering is, in fact, the purifying process through which alone, in most cases, the man is sanctified, that is led back from the path of error of the will to live. In accordance with this, the salutary nature of the cross and of suffering is so often explained in Christian books of edification, and in general the cross, an instrument of suffering, not of doing, is very suitably the symbol of the Christian religion. Nay, even the preacher, who is still Jewish, but so very philosophical, rightly says, "Sorrow is better than laughter, for by the sadness of the countenance the heart is made better" (Ecclesiastes 7:3). Under the name of the Dentros Plus I have presented suffering as to a certain extent a substitute for virtue and holiness. But here I must make the bold assertion that, taking everything into consideration, we have more to hope for our salvation and deliverance from what we suffer than from what we do. Precisely in this spirit Lamartine very beautifully says in his Hymne à la douleur, apostrophising pain: "Tu me traites sans doute en favori de ceux que tu n'épargnes pas les larmes à mes yeux. Eh bien, je les reçois comme tu les envoies. Tes maux seront mes biens et tes soupirs mes joies. Je sens qu'il est en toi, sans avoir combattu, une vertu divine au lieu de ma vertu, que tu n'es pas l'amour l'âme, mais sa vie, que ton bras, en frappant, guérit et vivifie." If, then, suffering itself has such a sanctifying power, this will belong in an even higher degree to death, which is more feared than any suffering. Answering to this, a certain awe, kindred to that which great suffering occasions us, is felt in the presence of every dead person. Indeed, every case of death presents itself to a certain extent as a kind of apotheosis or canonisation. Therefore we cannot look upon the dead body of even the most insignificant man without awe; and indeed, extraordinary as the remark may sound in this place, in the presence of every corpse the watch goes under arms. Dying is certainly to be regarded as the real aim of life. In the moment of death all that is decided for which the whole course of life was only the preparation and introduction. Death is the result, the résumé of life, or the added‐up sum which expresses at once the instruction which life gave in detail and bit by bit; this, that the whole striving whose manifestation is life was a vain, idle, and self‐contradictory effort, to have returned from which is a deliverance. As the whole slow vegetation of the plant is related to the fruit, which now at a stroke achieves 100‐fold what the plant achieved gradually and bit by bit, so life, with its obstacles, deluded hopes, frustrated plans, and constant suffering, is related to death, which at one stroke destroys all that the man has willed, and so crowns the instruction which life gave him. The completed course of life, upon which the dying man looks back, has an effect upon the whole will that objectifies itself in this perishing individuality, analogous to that which a motive exercises upon the conduct of the man. It gives it a new direction, which accordingly is the moral and essential result of the life. Just because a sudden death makes this retrospect impossible, the Church regards such a death as a misfortune, and prays that it should be averted. Since this retrospect, like the distinct foreknowledge of death, as conditioned by the reason, is possible only in man, not in the brute, and accordingly man alone really drinks the cup of death, humanity is the only material, in which the will can deny itself and entirely turn away from life. To the will that does not deny itself every birth imparts a new and different intellect, till it has learned the true nature of life, and in consequence of this wills it no more. In the natural course, in age the decay of the body coincides with that of the will. The desire for pleasures soon vanishes with the capacity to enjoy them. The occasion of the most vehement willing, the focus of the will, the sexual impulse, is first extinguished, whereby the man is placed in a position which resembles the state of innocence which existed before the development of the genital system. The illusions, which set up chimeras as exceedingly desirable benefits, vanish, and the knowledge of the vanity of all earthly blessings takes their place. Selfishness is repressed by the love of one's children, by means of which the man already begins to live more in the ego of others than in his own, which now will soon be no more. This course of life is at least the desirable one. It is the euthanasia of the will. In hope of this, the Brahman is ordered, after he has passed the best years of his life, to forsake possessions and family and lead the life of a hermit. But if, conversely, the desire outlives the capacity for enjoyment, and we now regret particular pleasures in life which we miss, instead of seeing the emptiness and vanity of all, and if then gold, the abstract representative of the objects of desire for which the sense is dead, takes the place of all these objects themselves, and now excites the same vehement passions which were formerly more pardonably awakened by the objects of actual pleasure, and thus now with deadened senses a lifeless but indestructible object is desired with equally indestructible eagerness. Or also, if in the same way existence in the opinion of others takes the place of existence and action in the real world, and now kindles the same passions. Then the will has become sublimated and etherealised into avarice or ambition, but has thereby thrown itself into the last fortress, in which it can only now be besieged by death. The end of existence has been missed. All these considerations afford us a fuller explanation of that purification, conversion of the will and deliverance, denoted in the preceding chapter by the expression deuteras plus, which is brought about by the suffering of life, and without doubt is the most frequent. For it is the way of sinners, such as we all are. The other way, which leads to the same goal, by means of mere knowledge and the consequent appropriation of the suffering of a whole world, is the narrow path of the elect, the saints, and therefore to be regarded as a rare exception. Therefore without that first way, for most of us, there would be no salvation to hope for. However, we struggle against entering upon it, and strive rather to procure for ourselves a safe and agreeable existence, whereby we chain our will ever more firmly to life. The conduct of the ascetics is the opposite of this. They make their life intentionally as poor, hard, and empty of pleasure as possible, because they have their true and ultimate welfare in view. But fate and the course of things care for us better than we ourselves, for they frustrate on all sides our arrangements for an Utopian life, the folly of which is evident enough from its brevity, uncertainty, and emptiness, and its conclusion by bitter death. They strew thorns upon thorns in our path, and meet us everywhere with healing sorrow, the panacea of our misery. What really gives its wonderful and ambiguous character to our life is this, that two diametrically opposite aims constantly cross each other in it: that of the individual will directed to chimerical happiness in an ephemeral, dream‐like, and delusive existence, in which, with reference to the past, happiness and unhappiness are a matter of indifference, and the present is every moment becoming the past; and that of fate visibly enough directed to the destruction of our happiness, and thereby to the mortification of our will and the abolition of the illusion that holds us chained in the bonds of this world. The prevalent and peculiarly Protestant view that the end of life lies solely and immediately in the moral virtues, thus in the practice of justice and benevolence, betrays its insufficiency even in the fact that so miserably little real and pure morality is found among men. I am not speaking at all of lofty virtue, nobleness, magnanimity, and self‐sacrifice, which one hardly finds anywhere but in plays and novels, but only of those virtues which are the duty of every one. Let whoever is old think of all those with whom he has had to do. How many persons will he have met who were merely really and truly honest? Were not by far the greater number, in spite of their shameless indignation at the slightest suspicion of dishonesty or even untruthfulness, in plain words, the precise opposite? Were not abject selfishness, boundless avarice, well‐concealed knavery, and also poisonous envy and fiendish delight in the misfortunes of others so universally prevalent that the slightest exception was met with surprise? And benevolence, how very rarely it extends beyond a gift of what is so superfluous that one never misses it. And is the whole end of existence to lie in such exceedingly rare and weak traces of morality? If we place it, on the contrary, in the entire reversal of this nature of ours, which bears the evil fruits just mentioned, brought about by suffering, the matter gains an appearance of probability, and is brought into agreement with what actually lies before us. Life presents itself then as a purifying process, of which the purifying lie is pain. If the process is carried out, it leaves behind it the previous immorality and wickedness as refuse, and there appears what the Veda says: "Finditur nodus cordis, dissolvuntur omnes dubitationes, eisque opera evanescunt." As agreeing with this view, the 15th sermon of Meister Eckhart will be found very well worth reading. End of chapter 49. Chapter 50 of Supplements to the Fourth Book, from The World as Will and Idea, Volume 3, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Chapter 50. Epiphilosophy. At the conclusion of my exposition, a few reflections concerning my philosophy itself may find their place. My philosophy does not pretend to explain the existence of the world in its ultimate grounds. It rather sticks to the facts of external and internal experience as they are accessible to every one, and shows the true and deepest connection of them, without really going beyond them to any extra-mundane things and their relations to the world. It therefore arrives at no conclusions as to what lies beyond all possible experience, but affords merely an exposition of what is given in the external world and in self‐consciousness, thus contents itself with comprehending the nature of the world in its inner connection with itself. It is consequently immanent in the Kantian sense of the word. But just on this account it leaves many questions untouched. For example, why what is proved as a fact is as it is and not otherwise, &c. All such questions, however, or rather the answers to them, are really transcendent, that is, they cannot be thought by the forms and functions of our intellect, do not enter into these. It is therefore related to them as our sensibility is related to the possible properties of bodies for which we have no senses. After all my explanations one may still ask, for example, whence has sprung this will that is free to assert itself, the manifestation of which is the world, or to deny itself, the manifestation of which we do not know? What is the fatality lying beyond all experience, which has placed it in the very doubtful dilemma of either appearing as a world in which suffering and death reign, or else denying its very being? Or again, what can have prevailed upon it to forsake the infinitely preferable peace of blessed nothingness? An individual will, one may add, can only turn to its own destruction through error in the choice, thus through the fault of knowledge. But the will in itself, before all manifestation, consequently still without knowledge, how could it go astray and fall into the ruin of its present condition? Whence, in general, is the great discord that permeates this world? It may further be asked how deep into the true being of the world the roots of individuality go; to which it may certainly be answered, they go as deep as the assertion of the will to live; where the denial of the will appears they cease, for they have arisen with the assertion. But one might indeed even put the question, what would I be if I were not willed to live, and more of the same kind? To all such questions we would first have to reply that the expression of the most universal and general form of our intellect is the principle of sufficient reason, but that just on this account that principle finds application only to the phenomenon, not to the being in itself of things. Yet all whence and why depend upon that principle alone. As a result of the Kantian philosophy, it is no longer an æterna veritas, but merely the form, i.e., the function of our intellect, which is essentially cerebral, and originally a mere tool in the service of the will, which it therefore presupposes, together with all its objectifications. But our whole knowing and conceiving is bound to its forms. Accordingly we must conceive everything in time, consequently as a before and after, then as cause and effect, and also as above and below, whole and part, &c., and cannot by any means escape from this sphere in which all possibility of our knowledge lies. Now these forms are utterly unsuited to the problems raised here, nor are they fit or able to comprehend their solution, even if it were given. Therefore with our intellect, this mere tool of the will, we are everywhere striking upon insoluble problems, as against the walls of our prison. But besides this, it may at least be assumed as probable that not only for us is knowledge of all that has been asked about impossible, but no such knowledge is possible in general, thus never and in no way; that these relations are not only relatively, but absolutely insusceptible of investigation; that not only does no one know them, but that they are in themselves unknowable, because they do not enter into the form of knowledge in general. This corresponds to what Scotus Erigena says: "De mirabili divina ignorantia, qua Deus non intelligit, quid ipse sit." Book II. For knowableness in general, with its most essential, and therefore constantly necessary, form of subject and object, belongs merely to the phenomenal appearance, not to the being in itself of things. Where knowledge, and consequently idea, is, there is also only phenomenon, and we stand there already in the province of the phenomenal. Nay, knowledge in general is known to us only as a phenomenon of brain, and we are not only unjustified in conceiving it otherwise, but also incapable of doing so. What the world is as world may be understood: it is phenomenal manifestation, and we can know that which manifests itself in it directly from ourselves by means of a thorough analysis of self‐consciousness. Then, however, by means of this key to the nature of the world, the whole phenomenal manifestation can be deciphered, as I believe I have succeeded in doing. But if we leave the world in order to answer the questions indicated above, we have also left the whole sphere in which not only connection according to reason and consequent, but even knowledge itself is possible. Then all is instabilis tellus, inabilis unda. The nature of things before or beyond the world, and consequently beyond the will, is open to no investigation, because knowledge in general is itself only a phenomenon, and therefore exists only in the world as the world exists only in it. The inner being in itself of things is nothing that knows, no intellect, but an unconscious. Knowledge is only added as an accident, a means of assistance to the phenomenon of that inner being, and can therefore apprehend that being itself only in proportion to its own nature, which is designed with reference to quite different ends, those of the individual will, consequently very imperfectly. Here lies the reason why a perfect understanding of the existence, nature, and origin of the world, extending to its ultimate ground and satisfying all demands, is impossible, so much as to the limits of my philosophy, and indeed of all philosophy. The εν kai pan, that is, that the inner nature in all things is absolutely one and the same, my age had already grasped and understood, after the Eleatics, Scotus Erigena, Giordano Bruno, and Spinoza had thoroughly taught, and Schelling had revived this doctrine. But what this one is, and how it is able to exhibit itself as the many, is a problem the solution of which is first found in my philosophy. Certainly from the most ancient times man had been called the microcosm. I have reversed the proposition and shown the world as the makranthropos, because will and idea exhaust its nature as they do that of man. But it is clearly more correct to learn to understand the world from man than man from the world. For one has to explain what is indirectly given, thus external perception from what is directly given, thus self‐consciousness, not conversely. With the pantheists, then, I have certainly that εν kai pan in common, but not the πανθεος, because I do not go beyond experience, taken in its widest sense, and still less do I put myself in contradiction with the data which lie before me. Scotus Erigena, quite consistently with the spirit of pantheism, explains every phenomenon as a theophany. But then this conception must also be applied to the most terrible and abominable phenomena. Fine theophanies! What further distinguishes me from pantheism is principally the following: 1. That their θεος is an x, an unknown quantity. The will, on the other hand, is of all possible things the one that is known to us most exactly, the only thing given immediately, and therefore exclusively fitted for the explanation of the rest. For what is unknown must always be explained by what is better known, not conversely. 2. That their θεος manifests itself animi causa to unfold his glory, or indeed to let himself be admired. Apart from the vanity here attributed to him, they are placed in the position of being obliged to sophisticate away the colossal evil of the world, but the world remains in glaring and terrible contradiction with that imagined excellence. With me, on the contrary, the will arrives through its objectification, however this may occur, at self‐knowledge, whereby its abolition, conversion, salvation becomes possible. And accordingly, with me alone, ethics has a sure foundation, and is completely worked out in agreement with the sublime and profound religions, Brahmanism, Buddhism, and Christianity, not merely with Judaism and Mohammedanism. The metaphysic of the beautiful also is first fully cleared up as a result of my fundamental truth, and no longer requires to take refuge behind empty words. With me alone is the evil of the world honestly confessed in its whole magnitude. This is rendered possible by the fact that the answer to the question as to its origin coincides with the answer to the question as to the origin of the world. On the other hand, in all other systems, since they are all optimistic, the question as to the origin of evil is the incurable disease, ever breaking out anew, with which they are affected, and in consequence of which they struggle along with palliatives and quack remedies. 3. That I start from experience and the natural self‐consciousness given to every one, and lead to the will as that which alone is metaphysical. Thus I adopt the ascending analytical method. The pantheists, again, adopt the opposite method, the descending or synthetical. They start from their θεος, which they beg or take by force, although sometimes under the name substantia or absolute, and this unknown is then supposed to explain everything that is better known. 4. That with me the world does not fill the whole possibility of all being, but in this there still remains much room for that which we denote only negatively as the denial of the will to live. Pantheism, on the other hand, is essentially optimism, but if the world is what is best, then the matter may rest there. 5. That to the pantheists the perceptible world, thus the world of idea, is just the intentional manifestation of the God indwelling in it, which contains no real explanation of its appearance, but rather requires to be explained itself. With me, on the other hand, the world as idea appears merely per accidens, because the intellect, with its external perception, is primarily only the medium of motives for the more perfect phenomena of will, which gradually rises to that objectivity of perceptibility in which the world exists. In this sense its origin as an object of perception is really accounted for, and not, as with the pantheists, by means of untenable fictions. Since, in consequence of the Kantian criticism of all speculative theology, the philosophisers of Germany almost all threw themselves back upon Spinoza, so that the whole series of futile attempts known by the name of the post‐Kantian philosophy are simply Spinozism tastelessly dressed up, veiled in all kinds of unintelligible language, and otherwise distorted. I wish, now that I have explained the relation of my philosophy to pantheism in general, to point out its relation to Spinozism in particular. It stands then to Spinozism as the New Testament stands to the Old. What the Old Testament has in common with the New is the same God‐creator. Analogous to this, the world exists, with me as with Spinoza, by its inner power and through itself. But with Spinoza, his substantia æterna, the inner nature of the world, which he himself calls God, is also, as regards its moral character and worth, Jehovah, the God‐creator, who applauds his own creation and finds that all is very good, παντα καλα λιαν. Spinoza has deprived him of nothing but personality. Thus, according to him also, the world and all in it is wholly excellent and as it ought to be. Therefore man has nothing more to do than vivere, agere, sum esse conservare, ex fundamento proprium utile quærendi. Ethics, 4, 67. He is even to rejoice in his life as long as it lasts, entirely in accordance with Ecclesiastes 9, 7‐10. In short, it is optimism. Therefore its ethical side is weak, as in the Old Testament; nay, it is even false, and in part revolting. With me, on the other hand, the will, or the inner nature of the world, is by no means Jehovah. It is rather, as it were, the crucified Saviour, or the crucified thief, according as it resolves. Therefore my ethical teaching agrees with that of Christianity completely and in its highest tendencies, and not less with that of Brahmanism and Buddhism. Spinoza could not get rid of the Jews. Quos semel est imbuta, recens servabit odorem. His contempt for the brutes, which as mere things for our use he also declares to be without rights, is thoroughly Jewish, and, in union with pantheism, is at the same time absurd and detestable. With all this Spinoza remains a very great man, but in order to estimate his work correctly we must keep in view his relation to Descartes. The latter had sharply divided nature into mind and matter, that is, thinking and extended substance, and had also placed God and the world in complete opposition to each other. Spinoza also, so long as he was a Cartesian, taught all that in his Cogitatis Metaphysicis, chapter 12, 1, 1, 1665. Only in his later years did he see the fundamental falseness of that double dualism, and accordingly his own philosophy principally consists of the indirect abolition of these two antitheses. Yet partly to avoid injuring his teacher, partly in order to be less offensive, he gave it a positive appearance by means of a strictly dogmatic form, although its content is chiefly negative. His identification of the world with God has also this negative significance alone. For to call the world God is not to explain it; it remains a riddle under the one name as under the other. But these two negative truths had value for their age, as for every age in which there still are conscious or unconscious Cartesians. He makes the mistake common to all philosophers before Locke of starting from conceptions, without having previously investigated their origin, such, for example, as substance, cause, &c., and in such a method of procedure these conceptions then receive a much too extensive validity. Those who in the most recent times refused to acknowledge the neo‐Spinozism which had appeared, for example, Jacobi, were principally deterred from doing so by the bugbear of fatalism. By this is to be understood every doctrine which refers the existence of the world, together with a critical position of mankind in it, to any absolute necessity, that is, to a necessity that cannot be further explained. Those who feared fatalism, again, believed that all that was of importance was to deduce the world from the free act of will of a being existing outside it, as if it were antecedently certain which of the two was more correct, or even better merely in relation to us. What is, however, especially assumed here is the non datur tertium, and accordingly, hitherto, every philosophy has represented one or the other. I am the first to depart from this, for I have actually established the tertium, the act of will from which the world arises, as our own. It is free, for the principle of sufficient reason, from which alone all necessity derives its significance, is merely the form of its phenomenon. Just on this account this phenomenon, if it once exists, is absolutely necessary in its course. In consequence of this alone we can recognise in it the nature of the act of will, and accordingly eventualiter will otherwise. End of chapter 50. Appendix to Supplements to the Fourth Book, from The World as Will and Idea, Volume 3, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Appendix. Abstract of Schopenhauer's essay on the fourfold root of the principle of sufficient reason. Fourth edition, edited by Frauenstedt. The first edition appeared in 1813. This essay is divided into 8 chapters. The first is introductory. The second contains an historical review of previous philosophical doctrines on the subject. The third deals with the insufficiency of the previous treatment of the principle, and prescribes the lines of the new departure. The fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh treat of the 4 classes of objects for the subject, and the forms of the principle of sufficient reason, which respectively characterise these classes. The eighth contains general remarks and results. It will be convenient to summarise these chapters severally. Chapter 1. Schopenhauer points out that Plato and Kant agree in recommending, as the method of all knowledge, obedience to 2 laws, that of homogeneity and that of specification. The former bids us, by attention to the points of resemblance and agreement in things, get at their kinds, and combine them into species, and these species again into genera, until we have arrived at the highest concept of all, that which embraces everything. This law being transcendental, or an essential in our faculty of reason, assumes that nature is in harmony with it, an assumption which is expressed in the old rule: entia præter necessitatem non esse multiplicanda. The law of specification, on the other hand, is stated by Kant in these words: entium varietates non temere esse minuendas. That is to say, we must carefully distinguish the species which are united under a genus, and the lower kinds which in their turn are united under these species, taking care not to make a leap, and subsume the lower kinds and individuals under the concept of the genus, since this is always capable of division, but never descends to the object of pure perception. Plato and Kant agree that these laws are transcendental, and that they presuppose that things are in harmony with them. The previous treatment of the principle of sufficient reason, even by Kant, has been a failure, owing to the neglect of the second of these laws. It may well be that we shall find that this principle is the common expression of more than one fundamental principle of knowledge, and that the necessity to which it refers is therefore of different kinds. It may be stated in these words: nihil est sine ratione cur potius sit, quam non sit. This is a general expression for the different forms of the assumption, which everywhere justifies that question why, which is the mother of all science. Chapter 2. Schopenhauer in this chapter traces historically the forms in which the principle had been stated by his predecessors and their influence. He points out that in Greek philosophy it appeared in 2 aspects, that of the necessity of a ground for a logical judgment, and that of a cause for every physical change, and that these 2 aspects were systematically confounded. The Aristotelian division, not of the forms of the principle itself, but of one of its aspects, the causal, exemplified a confusion which continued throughout the scholastic period. Descartes succeeds no better. His proof of the existence of God, that the immensity of his nature is a cause or reason beyond which no cause is needed for his existence, simply illustrates the gross confusion between cause and ground of knowledge, which underlies every form of this ontological proof. That a miserable fellow like Hegel, whose entire philosophy is nothing but a monstrous amplification of the ontological proof, should dare to defend this proof against Kant's criticism of it, is an alliance of which the ontological proof itself, little as it knows of shame, might well feel ashamed. It is not to be expected I should speak respectfully of people who have brought philosophy into disrespect. Spinoza made the same confusion when he laid it down that the cause of existence was either contained in the nature and definition of the thing as it existed, or was to be found outside that thing. It was through this confusion of the ground of knowledge with the efficient cause that he succeeded in identifying God with the world. The true picture of Spinoza's causa sui is Baron Munchausen encircling his horse with his legs and raising himself and the horse upwards by means of his pigtail, with the inscription causa sui written below. Leibnitz was the first to place the principle of sufficient reason in the position of a first principle, and to indicate the difference between its two meanings. But it was Wolff who first completely distinguished them, and divided the doctrine into three kinds: principium fiendi, cause; principium essendi, possibility; and principium cognoscendi. Baumgarten, Reimarus, Lambert, and Plattner added nothing to the work of Wolff, and the next great step was Hume's question as to the validity of the principle. Kant's distinction of the logical or formal principle of knowledge (every proposition must have its ground) from the transcendental or material principle (every thing must have its ground) was followed out by his immediate successors. But when we come to Schelling, we find the proposition that gravitation is the reason and light the cause of things, a proposition which is quoted simply as a curiosity, for such a piece of nonsense deserves no place among the opinions of earnest and honest inquirers. The chapter concludes by pointing out the futility of the attempts to prove the principle. Every proof is the exhibition of the ground of a judgment which has been expressed, and of which, just because that ground is exhibited, we predicate truth. The principle of sufficient reason is just this expression of the demand for such a ground, and he who seeks a proof, that is, the exhibition of a ground for this principle itself, presupposes it as true, and so falls into the circle of seeking a proof of the justification of the demand for proof. Chapter III. In the third chapter Schopenhauer points out that the two applications of the principle of sufficient reason distinguished by his predecessors to judgments which must have a ground, and to the changes of real objects which must have a cause, are not exhaustive. The reason why the three sides of a certain triangle are equal is that the angles are equal, and this is neither a logical deduction nor a case of causation. With a view to stating exhaustively the various kinds into which the application of the principle falls, it is necessary to determine the nature of the principle itself. All our ideas are objects of the subject, and all objects of the subject are our ideas. But our ideas stand to one another as a matter of fact in an orderly connection, which is always determinable a priori in point of form, and on account of which nothing that is in itself separate and wholly independent of other things can be the object of our consciousness. It is this connection which the principle of sufficient reason in its generality expresses. The relations which constitute it are what Schopenhauer calls its root, and they fall into four classes, which are discussed in the four following chapters. Chapter IV. In the fourth chapter Schopenhauer deals with the first class of objects for the subject and the form of the principle of sufficient reason which obtains in it. This first class is that of those complete ideas of perception which form part of our experience, and which are referable to some sensation of our bodies. These ideas are capable of being perceived only under the forms of space and time. If time were the only form, there would be no coexistence, and therefore no persistence. If space were their only form, there would be no succession, and therefore no change. Time may therefore be defined as the possibility of mutually exclusive conditions of the same thing. But the union of these two forms of existence is the essential condition of reality, and this union is the work of the understanding (see World as Will and Idea, Vol. I. § 4, and the table of predicables annexed to Vol. II. Chapter 4). In this class of objects for the subject, the principle of sufficient reason appears as the law of causality, or the principle of sufficient reason of becoming, and it is through it that all objects which present themselves in perception are bound together through the changes of their states. When a new state of one or more objects makes its appearance, it must have been preceded by another on which it regularly follows. This is causal sequence, and the first state is the cause, the second the effect. The law has thus to do exclusively with the changes of objects of external experience, and not with things themselves, a circumstance which is fatal to the validity of the cosmological proof of the existence of God. It follows also from the essential connection of causality with succession that the notion of reciprocity, with its contemporaneous existence of cause and effect, is a delusion. The chain of causes and effects does not affect either matter, which is that in which all changes take place, or the original forces of nature, through which causation becomes possible, and which exist apart from all change, and in this sense out of time, but which yet are everywhere present; for example, chemical forces, see above, Vol. I, § 26. In nature causation assumes three different forms: that of cause, in the narrow sense, of stimulus, and of motive, on which differences depend the true distinctions between inorganic bodies, plants, and animals. It is only of cause properly so called that Newton's third law of the equality of action and reaction is true, and only here do we find the degree of the effect proportionate to that of the cause. The absence of this feature characterises stimulation. Motive demands knowledge as its condition, and intelligence is therefore the true characteristic of the animal. The three forms are in principle identical, the difference being due to the degrees of receptivity in existence. What is called freedom of the will is therefore an absurdity, as is also Kant's practical reason. These results are followed by an examination of the nature of vision, which Schopenhauer sums up in these words: "I have examined all these visual processes in detail in order to show that the understanding is active in all of them, the understanding which, by apprehending every change as an effect and referring it to its cause, creates on the basis of the a priori and fundamental intuitions or perceptions of space and time the objective world, that phenomenon of the brain, for which the sensations of the senses afford only certain data. And this task the understanding accomplishes only through its proper form, the law of causality, and accomplishes it directly without the aid of reflection, that is, of abstract knowledge through concepts and words, which are the material of secondary knowledge, of thought, thus of the reason. What understanding knows aright is reality. What reason knows aright is truth, that is, a judgment which has a ground; the opposite of the former being illusion, what is falsely perceived, of the latter error, what is falsely thought. All understanding is an immediate apprehension of the causal relation, and this is the sole function of understanding, and not the complicated working of the 12 Kantian categories, the theory of which is a mistaken one. A consequence of this conclusion is that arithmetical processes do not belong to the understanding, concerned as they are with abstract conceptions. But it must not be forgotten that between volition and the apparently consequential action of the body there is no causal relation, for they are the same thing perceived in two different ways. Section 23 contains a detailed refutation of Kant's proof of the a priori nature of the causal relation in the second analogy of experience of the Critique of Pure Reason, the gist of the objection being that the so‐called subjective succession is as much objective in reality as what is called objective by Kant. Phenomena may well follow one another without following from one another. Chapter 5. The fifth chapter commences with an examination of the distinction between man and the brutes. Man possesses reason, that is to say, he has a class of ideas of which the brutes are not capable, abstract ideas, as distinguished from those ideas of perception from which the former kind are yet derived. The consequence is that the brute neither speaks nor laughs, and lacks all those qualities which make human life great. The nature of motives, too, is different where abstract ideas are possible. No doubt the actions of men follow of necessity from their causes, not less than is the case with the brutes, but the kind of sequence through thought which renders choice, i.e., the conscious conflict of motives, possible is different. Our abstract thoughts, being incapable of being objects of perception, would be outside consciousness, and the operations of thought would be impossible were it not that they are fixed for sense by arbitrary signs called words, which therefore always indicate general conceptions. It is just because the brutes are incapable of general conceptions that they have no faculty of speech. But thought does not consist in the mere presence of abstract ideas in consciousness, but in the union and separation of two or more of them, subject to the manifold restrictions and modifications which logic deals with. Such a clearly expressed conceptual relation is a judgment. In relation to judgments, the principle of sufficient reason is valid in a new form, that of the ground of knowing. In this form it asserts that if a judgment is to express knowledge it must have a ground, and it is just because it has a ground that it has ascribed to it the predicate true. The grounds on which a judgment may depend are divisible into four kinds. A judgment may have another judgment as its ground, in which case its truth is formal or logical. There is no truth except in the relation of a judgment to something outside it, and intrinsic truth, which is sometimes distinguished from extrinsic logical truth, is therefore an absurdity. A judgment may also have its ground in sense perception, and its truth is then material truth. Again, those forms of knowledge which lie in the understanding and in pure sensibility, as the conditions of the possibility of experience, may be the ground of a judgment which is then synthetical a priori. Finally, those formal conditions of all thinking which lie in the reason may be the ground of a judgment, which may in that case be called metallogically true. Of these metalogical judgments there are four, and they were long ago discovered and called laws of thought. 1. A subject is equal to the sum of its predicates. 2. A subject cannot at once have a given predicate affirmed and denied of it. 3. Of two contradictorily opposed predicates one must belong to every subject. 4. Truth is the relation of a judgment to something outside it as its sufficient reason. Reason, it may be remarked, has no material but only formal truth. Chapter 6. The third class of objects for the subject is constituted by the formal element in perception, the forms of outer and inner sense, space and time. This class of ideas, in which time and space appear as pure intuitions, is distinguished from that other class in which they are objects of perception by the presence of matter, which has been shown to be the perceptibility of time and space in one aspect, and causality which has become objective in another. Space and time have this property, that all their parts stand to one another in a relation in which each is determined and conditioned by another. This relation is peculiar, and is intelligible to us neither through understanding nor through reason, but solely through pure intuition or perception a priori. And the law, according to which the parts of space and time thus determine one another, is called the law of sufficient reason of being. In space every position is determined with reference to every other position, so that the first stands to the second in the relation of a consequence to its ground. In time every moment is conditioned by that which precedes it. The ground of being, in the form of the law of sequence, is here very simple owing to the circumstance that time has only one dimension. On the nexus of the position of the parts of space depends the entire science of geometry. Ground of knowledge produces conviction only, as distinguished from insight into the ground of being. Thus it is that the attempt, which even Euclid at times makes, to produce conviction, as distinguished from insight into the ground of being, in geometry, is a mistake, and induces aversions to mathematics in many an admirable mind. Chapter 7. The remaining class of objects for the subject is a very peculiar and important one. It comprehends only one object, the immediate object of inner sense, the subject in volition which becomes an object of knowledge, but only in inner sense, and therefore always in time and never in space, and in time only under limitations. There can be no knowledge of knowledge, for that would imply that the subject had separated itself from knowledge, and yet knew knowledge, which is impossible. The subject is the condition of the existence of ideas, and can never itself become idea or object. It knows itself therefore never as knowing, but only as willing. Thus what we know in ourselves is never what knows, but what wills, the will. The identity of the subject of volition with the subject of knowledge, through which the word I includes both, is the insoluble problem. The identity of the knowing with the known is inexplicable, and yet is immediately present. The operation of a motive is not, like that of all other causes, known only from without, and therefore indirectly, but also from within. Motivation is, in fact, causality viewed from within. Chapter 8. In this, the concluding chapter, Schopenhauer sums up his results. Necessity has no meaning other than that of the irresistible sequence of the effect where the cause is given. All necessity is thus conditioned. An absolute or unconditioned necessity is a contradiction in terms. And there is a fourfold necessity corresponding to the four forms of the principle of sufficient reason. 1. The logical form, according to the principle of the ground of knowledge, on account of which, if the premisses are given, the conclusion follows. 2. The physical form, according to the law of causality, on account of which, if the cause is given, the effect must follow. 3. The mathematical form, according to the law of being, on account of which every relation expressed by a true geometrical proposition is what it is affirmed to be, and every correct calculation is irrefutable. 4. The moral form, on account of which every human being and every brute must, when the motive appears, perform the only act which accords with the inborn and unalterable character. A consequence of this is, that every department of science has one or other of the forms of the principle of sufficient reason as its basis. In conclusion, Schopenhauer points out that just because the principle of sufficient reason belongs to the a priori element in intelligence, it cannot be applied to the entirety of things, to the universe as inclusive of intelligence. Such a universe is mere phenomenon, and what is only true because it belongs to the form of intelligence can have no application to intelligence itself. Thus it is that it cannot be said that the universe and all things in it exist because of something else. In other words, the cosmological proof of the existence of God is inadmissible. End of Appendix. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. End of The World as Will and Idea, Volume 3, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R. B. Haldane and J. Kemp.